Call, please. Mix Santa Cruz. Mix Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozacek.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Kelly Dick from the Saguaro Christian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for this opportunity. As our mayor said, my name is Pastor Kelly Dick, and I'm the lead pastor of Saguaro Christian Church. So I invite you to center yourselves on the holy as we join together this evening. God of all people, known by many names, beyond all names, we gather this evening because the work of community is holy work. Together we give thanks as we share a sense of awe in the wonders of creation. A brilliant sunrise, a mighty wind, our monsoon rains, a soothing song of a bird, the blooming beauty of the cactus, and mesmerizing scene of our night sky. Open our hearts to hear your heartbeat in the work that is to be done. May all listen to one another in openness and compassion. May all listen to one another in wonder and respect. May all listen to one another with love and forgiveness. And in this listening, which is boundless in its beauty, may we find the wisdom to cooperate with a healing spirit, a divine spirit who beckons us into peace and community and creativity. We do not ask for a perfect world, God, but we do ask for a world where all are affirmed, valued, loved, with rights to live their lives well. Until we get there, may we have an extra dose of patience and resiliency and a sprinkle of tenacity and determination. May our elected leaders lead well. May our elected leaders also serve well. Each day that they serve, God, we humbly ask that you give them wisdom instead of a thirst for power. May you give them thick skins when inevitable criticism, fair or not, comes their way. May you remind them each day of the privilege and honor that it is to serve your people. And God, may you continue to inspire the servants' hearts of those we've called to lead us. Give them the determination so that they will seek to serve the least, the lost, and the left out among us. Fill this room with your wisdom and fill each person with awe and respect. Great God, be with us now in the fullness of life, filling us with purpose and hope. Make your presence known this evening in our shared humanity and the work of community. May it be so. Amen.
Thank you to Reverend Kelly Dick for gracing us with your presence. Item 2C.
Presentations.
I would like to proclaim July to be the Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Tucson, and I'll meet our Parks and Recreation Director, Laura Hamway, to read the proclamation. So it is with great pleasure that I declare the month of July to be Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Tucson. We have Laura Hamway, the Director of City of Tucson Parks and Recreation Department, here with us and her team. And after I read the proclamation, I'll invite you to say a couple of words, Laura. So, whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Tucson, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, positively impacting mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness by providing spaces for sports, walking paths, swimming pools, and many other activities. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and educational activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, and the attraction and retention of businesses, community safety. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim July 2022 to be Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Tucson. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 12th day of July 2022. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure I could say more than what all the amazing things this proclamation captured, but I do want to say, I mean, in my heart, every day is Park and Recreation Day, and for the staff, and even for these kiddos who are here, they represent the future. It's why we do what we do every day and invest in parks, and we're here very proud of what we have and on our service to you. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your service, to you and all the team. And to the kiddos. Of course. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item 2C, presentation by the Metropolitan Education Commission.
I believe Dr. Daisy Patel from the Metropolitan Education Commission is here. I think this is Mary Bell. How are you?
I am fine.
Thank
and
you
I
so
am
much. What a wonderful surprise to have you up there.
Well, thank you.
Mary
I
Bell
hope
McCoy.
you'll feel that way when I finish.
Mary Bell McCorkle, it's always a pleasure to see you and happy that you're here. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence.
And these are members of the commission, John, and you're our office help, or Friday, Argyle Friday. Both staff of the NAC. Yes, yes.
So Mary Bell, if you could put the microphone just so that we can hear you and everyone else can hear you.
Okay, I thought maybe with my teacher voice, I wouldn't need it. All right, I'm so happy to be here tonight because the Metropolitan Commission, Education Commission has an award for you. We believe that you have kept our children, our young people, extraordinarily safe during the pandemic. And thank you for that. We know that it isn't easy to have to make the decisions that you have. So thank you very much. Now let me tell you about the award that we're giving. It's in that box, right? Okay. Last time I gave an award to someone, the award wasn't there. So I'm a little leery about this. Anyway, the Metropolitan Education Commission is 30 years old. And it was formed to bring all the school districts nearby, in Pima County mostly, and all the governmental agencies, the city and the county. And we have managed to do that, although the pandemic did put a little crimp in our style. These awards that we give are given annually, and we have a big luncheon, and I'm looking forward to our next one, and I hope I see you all there. And that's one way that we raise money so that we can do things for the young people. There are lots of activities for youth, especially the high schoolers, but I won't go into that. I'll just get on with what I'm presenting. The reason I'm here is that I'm chair of the Crystal Apple Award Committee. And the wonderful part of getting a Crystal Apple Award is that you get to decide who gets those awards your whole life. And I'm the oldest one, so I get to be the chair. So there's some good things about being old, okay? And so here we are, and the award you're going to get is called the Educational Advocacy Award. Now that's only 5 years old. And it was done because we just had so many good people to honor that it just seemed like we needed this award added to it. And let me tell you about the people who have been given this award. Richard Elias, Bob Walkup, Ann Eve Peterson, Jaretta Douglas, and a lot of people don't know about Jaretta, but she's the longest still living school board member in the county, the Flowing Wells District, and she was quite an inspiration to me. Steve Lynn is another recipient, and you and the Pima County Board of Supervisors are this year's Educational Advocacy Award. And you see the Crystal Apple right here. Thank you so much for supporting us. And is John Lanza here by any chance? He's not here? Okay. Anyway, thank you, and just keep up the good work for kids.
Mary Bell, I just wanted to thank you. I came down here to grab the award on behalf of Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for your service to our community, for our children, and for all of the years of dedication to improving public education. The Mayor and Council is very appreciative of your hard work and of the beautiful award given. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Thank you so much. And I know that you all wanted to recognize the investment that Mayor and Council have made in our Preschool Promise program, now better known as PEEPS, in partnership with Pima County. We are looking forward to continued investing in childcare and preschool for every child in the city of Tucson and Pima County. So thank you for your work. And thank you for the recognition to the Metropolitan Education Commission. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. And any further discussion on this appointment? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. 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 Any against? Motion passes. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Paige Anthony for your willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Seeing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and Council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 168, dated July 12th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. I'm going to offer my council colleagues the time to report at this time. So we'll start with this way, from Ward 6 down the path.
Okay, I'll be real quick. There's a city-county job fair, July 14th, at the Keno Event Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The city and the county are both hiring lots of different skill sets, and so head out there. It's 2805 East Ajo on the 14th if you're looking for work or have a job and want to up your options. In addition to that, right after the 4th of July, both Pima Animal Care and Humane Society saw a huge influx of animals for obvious reasons. PAC is waiving their adoption fees and giving a credit, $50 credit towards dog food if you adopt a dog that's over 40 pounds. PAC is out on Silver Bell Road. They're open from noon till 7 on weekdays and 10 to 5 on Saturday and Sunday. So if you can go out there and pick yourself up a new family member, it'd be great. Maybe save a life.
Ward 4, Councilmember Lee. Nothing to report. Councilmember Dahl.
I too am going to pass with a short note. There's a lot of events going on in Ward 3. You can see them in our ward newsletter available on the Tucson website.
Councilmember Cunningham.
One of them pertains to the liquor license tonight. Congratulations to On the Rocks. It's the old Frank's Place, which was originally the famous Sam's on Pantano and Speedway. For those of you who grew up on the east side, it's reopening. So I'm pretty excited about that. We also have a job fair for TUSD coming up this week. Again, there's opportunities out there. I hope folks take them. I want to congratulate Corey Williams on his 3rd successful year of the Tucson Summer Pro League. I think it served over about 180 kids, most of them for free. So I think that's outstanding. I also want to give a shout out to his group, including Coach Terry Valerani, who brought in the Ballas Life West Coast crew to Tucson twice this year. So I think that's pretty tremendous for Tucson. I want to congratulate, because I haven't had an opportunity to, I want to congratulate Measures Christian Coloco, Benedict Matherin, and Dalen Terry for their opportunity to represent Tucson in the National Basketball Association. Finally, I've got one more, and that is we have Farmers Market next Thursday at Udall Park.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to invite neighbors in Rose neighborhood to Lamar Park Raspados and Restoration tomorrow, Wednesday, July 13th from 6 to 8 p.m. It will be an evening to enjoy raspados, but also a nature walk along with an on-site virtual tour of some of the improvements coming to Lamar Park, located at 4159 South Elizabeth Drive. I want to do a shout out to Nicole Casieber and the Tucson Clean and Beautiful team for working with our office and the mayor's office and putting together these really cool events to bring neighbors together. I want to invite the public to our Suntran open house at the Ward 1 office on Thursday, July 14th at 6:30. Join one of 8 open houses events hosted by Suntran. Stop at the Ward 1 office at 940 West Alameda on Thursday from 5:30 to 6:30 to join the conversation and share your feedback on transit fares. Also on Saturday, July 16th from 6 to 9, Regeneracion will be presenting their Armando Barrios on South 12th Avenue. Regeneracion is hosting a community celebration to share about what they've been working on, learn, share, and have a good time at their family-friendly event. It'll be at the parking lot of New Life Community Center at 5245 South 12th Avenue. On Monday, July 18th, the Ward 1 office has its Bike Check 1-3. So every first Friday and third Monday of the month, our office hosts a featured bike mechanic to help tune up your bike for free. So you can come through the office July 18th from 5 to 7 to get your bike tuned up, and then join our last Friday ride with Fuga. That is July 29th at the El Pueblo Center from 6 to 8 p.m. And I will actually be leading this ride and invite, some of our city staff to also join us. It is at the El Pueblo Center at 101 West Irvington Road. If folks need a bike, they can reserve a Tugo bike by sending a message at TUC Fuga. And then finally, July 19th, we're having our Cushing Street Skate Park Concept Plan public meeting at the MSA Annex at 267 South Avenida del Convento. Again, July 19th at 5 p.m. Come see the presentation of the final concept plan for Cushing Street Skate Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll take a point of personal privilege during this moment to congratulate my senior policy advisor, Nate Siegel, for his acceptance to Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Congratulations, this will be his last council meeting as a city employee and a senior policy advisor for me. I want to thank him for his many hours invested in creating policy for the benefit of every Tucson resident. So congratulations, Nate, for your acceptance to Harvard. We're hoping that you spend there 2 years and then come right back to Tucson, where you belong. And in the meantime, we will call you in a day in advance to visit you in Boston. So. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for our community, and congratulations. I also want to take this moment to congratulate U of A President Dr. Robert Robbins and the principal investigators, Drs. Marcia Rake and George Rake, and more than 21 University of Arizona researchers who played a role in developing and managing the instruments on board the James Webb Space Telescope. The images we are seeing over the last 2 days speak to the talent of our students, graduate students, researchers, and professors. This is why photonics and optics and aerospace and defense are two critical industry clusters included in the City of Tucson's economic development strategy, and why the mayor and council value the input, the research that the University of Arizona adds to these industry clusters, and shows us really what the world has to offer, literally. I also want to remind our community that early voting for Arizona 2022 primary elections are underway. If you are an early voter, you should have received your ballot by mail last week. It is recommended to have mailed your completed ballot by Tuesday, July 26th. You also have the opportunity to vote in person now through Friday, July 29th. For more information, please visit pima.gov/vote 2022 if you have any questions. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Event.
City Manager's Communication Number 169, dated July 12th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity and I'll report today.
All righty. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 170, dated July 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, we have 15 requests for new licenses, 2 requests for a person transfer, 1 person location transfer request, 4 special events, and 1 agent change acquisition of control. 3 of the new licenses are listed as not in compliance and have written arguments in opposition filed in my office. 1 Coffee Exchange and Bistro withdrew their application. The other 2, item 5B5 in Ward 4 and item 5B11 in Ward 1, will be considered separately. The appropriate motion at this time would be to forward items 5B1 through 3, 6 through 10, 12 through 18, and items 5C 2 through 4 and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk, what is the first item to be considered separately?
The first item is item 5B5, Raspados El Paraiso in Ward 4.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to just take a moment and talk through this one, and we have a couple folks who would like to speak on this. Per staff, this application is not in compliance with Planning and Development Services, and we did receive a couple requests. So Mayor, if it's okay, I would like to invite Tara and Cindy to come speak if you are here and interested.
Hi, so I'm Tara Venko, and so we have a neighborhood that is in close proximity, and so we have 22 homes that's adjoining the Posada El Paraiso, and it's actually an ice cream parlor. So we have a petition that was signed by the homeowners, and it's in opposition. On numerous occasions, they've had parties that have been held with really loud noise and DJs. Many people, there's been noise complaints, and the police have been called on at least 3 occasions. One resident had complaints that the restaurant patrons were relieving themselves on the fences outside her wall. And I think should alcohol start being conserved, there would be a concern that the increase would be in noise complaints and possible risk to neighborhood safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. So the applicant has not submitted the liquor mitigation plan as required by Planning and Development Services and the State Liquor Organization. The department and state have both sent the applicant a letter explaining this, and my office has reached out and spoke to the owner. The owner has agreed to continue working with my office, city staff, and the adjacent Dietz neighborhood on their concerns if she chooses to submit a future application. But due to this information, I would like to move that we oppose the request at this time.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Clerk?
The next item is item 5B11, Family Dollar in Ward 1.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 requests to speak in opposition, so I would like to ask Yolanda Herrera from Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, also SNAP, to come forward.
I'm going to place my worry doll in front of you all. See the little worry dolls? So good evening, Mayor and Council, council members, City Manager. It's been a long time since I've been up here, so I'm a little bit shaky and nervous, if you can believe that. I brought up a couple individuals from LPKNC, and if it's okay with you, I would like them to go ahead and speak.
Can you guys hear me okay? No? What about now? Good? Okay, cool. So hello, my name is Michelle Murguia. I work for LPKNC, and then I have John Hennings here with me as well. So LPKNC is a nonprofit organization here in Tucson, Arizona, and we focus on preventing substance misuse for kids and also just empowering them to make good choices. So I'm also a Tucson native, so I grew up here in Tucson. I'm a current college student, and empowering youth to make good choices and also making sure that they have a community that doesn't have a lot of access to alcohol and marijuana for them is really important for me. So first I want to talk just about the Arizona Youth Survey. So the Arizona Youth Survey is given to 8th, 10th, and 12th graders in Arizona every 2 years. And what the Arizona Youth Survey tells us is that alcohol is the #1 used drug by youth. So we are asking that you deny this application for Family Dollar so there is less of an access to youth. So we work with the youth and we educate them. We go into the schools, we do programmings with them all the way from elementary to middle school. And we have these conversations with them. And these conversations, we talk about, there is an access to them through family, through parties, through all these establishments that have alcohol in their community. And then they also are faced with so much advertising day to day. Whenever they walk to any store, or carniceria, there's always a bunch of liquor signs. So our youth are already really, really exposed to alcohol. And then our neighborhoods are currently experiencing high stress, poverty, and many many other challenges. So adding a new liquor outlet will only increase those negative impacts. And then research shows that when you increase the availability of another alcohol outlet, you increase the availability for youth to use alcohol. Family Dollar is also next to Valencia Library, and this library is supposed to be for our community, for our youth, and for our families. And they've already had to recently put our fence up to keep the patrons safe and also employees. So we don't think that this would be another. We don't think that having it so close to the library is a great idea. And then many businesses in the area have also had just major issues with panhandling, homelessness, and just increasing crime overall. When you put an alcohol is being sold in a store, that also increases the risk of employees being in danger because of shoplifting. Also, seniors are, going to Family Dollar to shop for, like low-cost household items, and that also just increases the risk of them being in danger as well. So we do not feel that us as a community needs another liquor outlet in our community. So we hope that you deny this application to help our goal in creating positive and safe changes. So thank you.
City Attorney, I don't know if we have Family Dollar representative who also
I'm not
speaks
sure
at
if they're
this time.
present, but it'd be appropriate to give them an opportunity to speak if they are.
Yes, this is Jonathan Crumley. I'm on the Teams video link on behalf of Family Dollar. If I could have a few minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do appreciate the comments and the input from the community. As the commission knows, you just a few seconds ago approved a very similar permit for another Family Dollar location in Tucson. While there may be an issue in this particular neighborhood as addressed by the eloquent speaker, this is essentially a small box grocery store. There will be no liquor sold. It's an application for the sale of beer for off-premises consumption. As a point of fact, in terms of the access to minors, it will be virtually non-existent. Family Dollar has a very tough training policy and a zero tolerance policy for any violations of local sales ordinances. In fact, from 2019 to 2021, nationwide, Family Dollar experienced less than 0.04%. That's 0.004% violation rate in its stores. Family Dollar does not sell discount alcohol. It sells the same type of beer you could find at a local grocery store, and it is just one of the many products that it prefers to offer to its customer base. They do take their obligations to the community and to those customers who enter the store very seriously. And it's not a restaurant, so there's no consumption on site. It does not sell spirits or liquor of any kind, and just wanted to encourage the commission to take a look at this particular store as opposed to some of the other concerns that were raised, and the history of Family Dollar and its responsible sale of alcohol and its participation in every community. Thank you for your time.
Vice Mayor, what's your wish?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the representative from Family Dollar. I am going to be, having grown up in this part of town, always going to be sensitive to the concerns of community when it comes to oversaturation of liquor licenses in this area, as stated by the young person who spoke earlier. And so with that, I am going to move that we oppose this liquor license application.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. So we've got a really big stack of speakers. We are going to try and go over them as quickly as possible. Please be ready if you've submitted a blue card to speak at call to the audience. If you hear other speakers say something that you had in your notes to speak, please try and avoid that particular talking point and move on to the next. So we want to give as many speakers as possible the opportunity to speak during this item. Our first speaker is Martha McClements.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Martha McClements.
Can you please use the other and make sure that the microphone is close to your mouth.
Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. You'd think after working in TV for 40 years, I'd know that. Good evening, everybody. My name is Martha McClements. I live in Armory Park, and I'm here representing myself. I don't know if the mayor and council is aware, but PDSD is going through the process of splitting the Tucson Pima County Historic Commission. They've had consultants, Michael Baker Consultants, and in the beginning of this, we cynical people went, gee, this is a way to get rid of the historic zone advisory boards. And we're told again and again, well, no, that's not true. However, at the last stakeholder meeting, Jody Brown did state that, quote, the continuing recommendation to dissolve the historic zone advisory boards. This is headed in your direction. There are some very good recommendations concerning streamlining the process of historic review that has come up through this process. We would like the city council to put a hold on this part of dissolving what has been actually started before the Historic Commission came into being and has been classified as one of the most unique and beneficial elements of our city history. It's coming your way. The pitchforks are being gathered. Just a heads up. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Owen McKinley. Owen McKinley.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm back. First, I want to give a tip of the cap to everyone that was involved with the project getting the folks out of the wash over in our neighborhood. We fell just a wee bit short. We didn't quite get the park taken care of, so that's what I'm here for, and I am representing my neighborhood. We still have, and I have some 8x10 glossies, nice and big, that depict detail. Our train of carts is still tied together, although it was moved today. I worked with the community officer that was in the park at the time. We were able to accomplish that. But we still have a problem. The park hasn't been reclaimed yet by the neighborhood. It still has a lot of folks hanging out over there. I was at a meeting at, I want to thank Steve Kozalchuk for including me in that meeting at his office with a good number of people from around the city in different departments. A lot of things were kicked around. One thing I didn't notice, and by the way, I'm retired from Raytheon, so I'm a little anal in this thing. I didn't see any action items raised, any action items taken, and any feedback that would be given to the attendees of the meeting. So I'm kind of hard over on action items and reporting back and keeping people tied in on progress or lack thereof. In the last item, we did find, had a lady was out for a morning walk with her dog and found a gun right there near the park. So, you know, I just throw that out there maybe for a little leverage. But we got to get rid of that, that train of carts. It attracts more people. We're doing a good job. We just need to keep pushing. Thank you very much for your time, folks. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. McKinley. We will follow up with the Parks Department and Environmental Services. I have Yolanda. Yolanda Herrera, I think you're listed at call to the audience. I believe it's for another issue.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council Member, City Manager, and staff. Thank you for that vote denying Family Dollar. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Carrying my dad's tradition to protect our community and creating positive change. I'm here before you on a different item now, one that's very personal to me. I've lived in my rental home now for 11 years. My landlord is not renewing my lease. It's very important that I stay in the area because if I hadn't been living there when my dad died a year and a half ago, I would not have been able to see him before he passed. I know that landlords deserve rents. I've never been late on mine. In the 11 years I've lived there, I think I've asked for service 11 times. One of those times was when lightning struck the tree in the backyard, which is not my fault. It's very difficult and expensive to move in this economy. And I'm going to say this, but don't you all bring it back to me. I am a senior. I am living on a fixed income. I'm currently working 3 jobs along with all my community work. I'm concerned not only for my family. My mother is 96 years old. I try to stop and see her at least 4 times a week. I today had to take her to the doctor. Last week I had to take her to the doctor. I have to be in that area to be within minutes of my mom and along with some of my other aging aunts. I'm also concerned about my animals. With being packed, what if I can't find a rental that accepts animals? What's going to happen to my 2 cats and my dog? They are my therapy. They keep me sane. They keep me out of your hair. I would like to find out how many landlords are coming up with a different excuse to have their seniors moved because they want higher rents. I don't know if there's any kind of background on that, any kind of study that's happened on that, but Tucson is an aging community. It's a retirement community. We have to do more to help our seniors stay in place at affordable rates. Have compassion for those of us struggling in today's economy and fixed incomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carolyn Campbell. Carolyn Campbell.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Is this the right one? I'm here this evening to speak about item number 12, the H2K planned area development, which is not on for public hearing. It's the very last item, so hopefully you can remember what I said by then. But thank you for the opportunity to speak to this proposal, and thank you for all your work to promote increased sustainability in the face of our climate emergency. This 2,100 acre plus rezoning site is on the southeast corner of the city limits and at the eastern end of the Lemoore Wash watershed. Coalition members have been meeting with state land department representatives for the last 2 months. I'm pleased to say that we have had positive and productive discussions with them and share goals of conservation and sustainability. We've agreed upon many aspects of resource protection and happy to support them. First, the development of what is called Protected Riparian Area Mitigation and Julian Wash and Franco Wash Tributary Enhancement Plan, which includes requirements to support and enhance healthier vegetation, wildlife habitat, and connectivity by directing stormwater from the developed areas into these tributaries and drainage, as well as introducing new and relocated native plants to the mitigation areas. In other words, riparian restoration and enhancement on site in these two areas. Second, and very importantly, for the many tributaries that will be impacted by the development, the PAD includes the adoption of the Agua Verde Creek Open Space Preservation Plan, which will preserve in perpetuity important targeted riparian habitat and associated uplands at a mitigation ratio of 5 acres of off-site preservation for each acre impacted on disturbed zero riparian habitat on site. These open space parcels protected in perpetuity will help protect the long-term ecological viability of the Sonoran Desert. We are in agreement with the Land Department on this approach and will continue to work with the department on this should the PAD be approved this evening. Finally, implementation measures for the built environment on site. Since the submittal of our letter to the mayor and council last week, we've had more conversations with the Land Department, particularly about this area. We gave you a list of measures that are not only important to the community, but the coalition and are important for the environment as we deal with the effects of climate change, desert aridification, and looming water cuts. This is a large amount of land and can not only make a big impact in energy and water conservation, but provide a strong example to the rest of the community, in particular as development in the Houghton area moves forward. With all that said, I believe we are now in agreement with these measures, that these measures are appropriate in the secondary planning process where the master plan or plans proceed and not in the PAD document itself, as we requested in our letter. These are more general goals and policies. So what we are specifically requesting this evening is that the Arizona State Land Department state that these measures will be included during the master planning phase, and in particular that this PAD will be in compliance with all future ordinances, such as those the city is developing now for increased water conservation methods and the climate resiliency plan. And finally, I just want to thank Councilmember Lee and her staff for working with us on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Mary Slachter, I believe it's Slachter. Mary Slachter.
I might not even need this. My name is Mary Slachter. I live in the Ward 6 development area, which is Avondale. And I'm very disappointed in how things are being handled. We are moving the homeless, and I know that it has been brought up about talking about the homeless and repeating your things, but we're moving them from wash to wash to wash to wash and back and back and back. What we're doing is we're depressing the people that are in the wash. I met 2 last night at our park. Our park closes at 8 o'clock. What is wrong with how we're handling this in our city? We're allowing them to come in from other states. $30 in a bus pass. I watched a whole busload be dropped off one night. What is wrong where we continue to do this and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars with cleanups? I have from Swan all the way to Costco that is full from side to side with mattresses and box springs and grocery carts. I had a man that was washed down in the wash and almost drowned, and 3 homeless people picked him up, and another lady bought him some clothes so he could have something to wear. He's been on the streets for 15 years. Shane has been on the street for 38. We put him in, we put him out, we put him in, we put him out. Why don't we do something different? Communication cooperation, collaboration for the whole of one human being. Stop with all the parts, stop with all the pieces. Put them in a secured environment. Have the churches work together with, it says, in God we trust on our dollar bills, for crying out loud. Church, charity, city, communication, cooperation, collaboration for the whole of a human being. I saw these people in the park last night. They've been waiting 15 weeks for housing. 15 weeks, their brains are getting more and more fried. $30 this way for meth. Alleys trashed, smashed, graffiti everywhere. Don't make just the homeless accountable. Make you, make me. Make cities, make governments, make the churches, make the charities, make everybody accountable. Everybody. When I got trash in the alley, I'm going to get a bill on my gas bill. I'm going to pay it. If I don't pay it, guess what? I just got a bill in the mail. If I give directly to the homeless instead of the charity of my choice, I'm going to get a bill now. Okay, do I want that bill, or do I want to help the people that can't help themselves, that are getting kicked out of apartments because everybody's allowing the rents to raise beyond? We have got to start one city block at a time. One city block at a time, making all of
Come
us
to a conclusion, please. Thank you. Amelia Maish. Amelia Maish. Amelia Maish.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amelia Marsh. I was born and raised in Tucson, and now I live in Denver and go to law school there, but I represent Arizonans for Community Choice Energy. So I'm here to talk about the City of Tucson's Climate Action Plan and about community energy.
Can you speak into the microphone so we can hear you?
Yeah. Can you hear me better now? Okay. I'm here to talk about the Climate Action Plan, about community energy, and ask you to envision an energy system that is equitable, renewable, affordable, and resilient. I've been involved with the City of Tucson Climate Action Plan in 2 places. I advocated for the city to pass a climate emergency and to begin the planning process. And I also assisted with a community listening session project that interviewed over 150 community members about their priorities for climate action. Community members shared so many things, but some of the main things they shared were they were committed to equitably implementing solutions for climate change. They were concerned about the high costs of electricity and especially air conditioning in the summer. And they dreamed of a Tucson where renewable energy powers our homes and businesses. Community choice energy, which already exists in 10 states, can help all of these issues, and I urge you to consider this and include it in the Climate Action Plan. It puts the power to purchase energy in the hands of the people who are accountable to the public. It increases renewable energy portfolios and reduces rates. And it returns electricity profits back. It actually returns profits back into the community instead of into shareholders' pockets, which would be a huge source of income for our city. It's also part of an energy ecosystem for the future. It supports community solar programs, net metering, microgrids, subsidies. All of these things can work together to create a resilient energy future for Tucson. This is a vision that's worth fighting for. I'll be honest, the city isn't the only body that approves this, and the state legislature can be kind of scary. So today I'm asking you to be brave. If we're going to reach net zero emissions and address the climate emergency, we need to take electricity into account and generation into account. We can't take half measures, and we need all of our tools in the toolbox. Community choice energy is one of those tools, and Arizonans for Community Choice would be happy to present at a study session to inform y'all more. We've briefed a lot of y'all already, but just wanted to be here to say this should be included in the Climate Action Plan, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Maish. Joan Lester. Joan Lester.
I came here in 2004. I come from a very wonderful state, which is the state of Iowa, and I want to thank all of you here today, and I'm sorry, I don't do this as a living. There is a few things I want. I would really like for. I live on Speedway in Beverly. We were told at one time we were going to have a traffic light. I don't see one, but people who we walk across, we have to sit there and go, are we going to get hit today? Or are we going to lay out there and be left out there and then, oh, gee, they're going to come and take us off because we dead. The people do not stop the people who cross. They sit there, they swear at us, they put their finger out at us, and they go, you don't need to cross here. And I look at them and I go, do you see the sign that says crossing? I get to do that. Other than that, that's what we would like to have, a traffic light. We would really like to. One more thing, I am disgusted. I'm disgusted what I see. I am in a complex. I look out my window every morning and I see homeless sitting there and they're shooting up, they're naked. They're sitting there look at us, they swear at us. I came out this morning in my pajamas and tennis shoes, out in the alley. They had a tent sitting in the alley where there's businesses, where there's people who come and get a garbage truck. I asked them very nicely to move it. They looked at me and swore at me. I am disgusted. And I would like everybody on this council to strap their boots on, come out and walk with me in these alleys. See what's in there. Come and walk in my shoes and see what my eyes see. Because I would like all of you to put on your prettiest clothes, paint clothes, I don't care. But come and see me what I see. What I look at every day. I feel for these people, I understand. But I sit there and I cry, and I cry, and I'm like, come on, it wasn't this way when I came in 2004. I didn't see these in the alleys. I didn't see this dirt all over the ground. I didn't see trash sitting on the streets where I have to walk around it. And this is just disgusting, and that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reverdy. JJ Lamb.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, the Honorable Mayor Romero and City Council members. I'm JJ Lamb, and I'm the President and CEO of the Vale Preservation Society. We're formed as a grassroots effort back in 2006 by community members to preserve our community's stories and to protect the few remaining historic resources that are left and protect the quality of life for the people living in Vale. We would like to request, so I really would like to share some remarks related to the H2K planned area development and our concerns about how that's going to affect the Vale community. Unlike the Coalition for the Sonoran Protection of the Sonoran Desert, we were not notified in any way, and just happened to find out about this big change that's going to affect our community and historic resources in a very big way. We would like to request that the City of Tucson consider the historic nature that surrounds and is part of the H2K area, and work with the Pima County Office of Sustainability, the City of Tucson Historic Preservation Office, the Board of Supervisors, the Vale Preservation Society, and the Vale community regarding the rezoning and significant nature of this virtually unchanged open space rural ranching landscape. This is going to affect a sense of place for Vale's residents. Vale is actually listed as one of Pima County's 10 historic communities in the 2007 Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. I respectfully urge you to consider why people want to live in places with historic character. The rezoning without mitigations will impact historic elements that are really out of sync with the long-term economic strategies that are listed in the Vail Historic Preservation Plan that was done in 2014 in partnership with the University of Arizona and the National Park Service. We're suggesting a few land use mitigation strategies that, if included in the PAD plan or in the later second planning phase, would protect the viewshed and Vail's remaining historic National Register listed buildings that are at our original town site. So there's also a really great opportunity here to rethink just the notification, the whole process of notification. So especially in a really rural area like Vail, you only have to get notification if you're a property owner 400 feet away. So I'm going to guess there were about 8 property owners notified and maybe 100 coyotes and a whole bunch of roadrunners. But the 12,000 people who are going to be impacted by this weren't notified.
To a conclusion, please, ma'am.
What's that?
Come to a conclusion. Your 3
Okay,
minutes are over.
Okay, thank you very much. Some of the mitigation strategies that would, one, really protect a $250,000 investment by the state of Arizona for a grant to restore the 1908 Old Vail Store and Post Office. So we would like to suggest a buffer of desert be left out of respect for the open spaces. That's the entryway to Vail. We would like to suggest a bypass road that would be built by whoever develops the property that would bypass Colossal Cave
I
Road.
think it would be best if you submit the rest of your comments to
And I did
the
mail,
clerk's office.
everyone got a
because
copy.
we want to be respectful of the time. Your
Thank
minutes
you.
are, your 3
Thank
minutes
you
are
very
over.
much. And
Ms. Lam.
I really appreciate everyone.
Thank you so
listening to
much.
this.
Diego Martinez Lugo.
Can folks hear me all right? My name is Diego Martinez Lugo, and I'm the lead organizer for the Tucson Tenants Union. As all council members and everyone in this room perfectly understands and has felt themselves, Tucson has quickly become extraordinarily unlivable for the poor and working class. Between 2017 and 2021, average rents increased 40%. In the last year alone, the median rent has increased 24%. There seems to be no end in sight nor relief coming our way. For some time, the wave of gentrification has been affecting Tucson at a steady pace and unevenly. But as we all see now, gentrification is advancing full steam ahead. Gentrification is threatening the fabric of what makes Tucson, Tucson. As legacies of investment in suburbs and disinvestments in the urban core has proliferated over the past 60 years, causing disrepair and depreciation in urban neighborhoods, outside capital has taken advantage of the rent grab's relatively low home prices and has rehabilitated homes by slapping a fresh coat of paint, profiting from the capitalization of that disinvestment and depreciations. Homeowners and tenants have become targets in this cycle. We're simply being priced out of Tucson. If profit continues to be the gauge of success, then the immiseration of poor and working people will exponentially rise as a select few bask in the moneymaker that is this housing and rental market. You as elected officials need to work diligently and exhaustively as possible to both develop solutions and work with our community who has been advocating for housing justice. The situation is too dire to repeat, our hands are tied. Time and again, or pass the buck. Untie your hands. Untie your hands and fight on behalf of tenants and working and poor people. Fight the state legislature to initiate rent control. Fight and get creative and pass regulations to prove the city has a semblance of solidarity with tenants. Invest in public housing. Inaction or piecemeal approaches during this housing catastrophe prioritizes investors, speculators, developers, and outside capital. Now is the time to be bold and prove that Tucson and our barrios are not for sale. Do what is right. Do what is right and prioritize the working people and poor who live in Tucson. The Tucson Tenants Union demands housing justice and dignity for all.
Drew, fellas. Drew, fellas. Drew, fellas, I think it is.
All right. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Drew Fellows. I live in Ward 3, and I'm a proud Tucsonan. I'm also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation and part of this coalition joining with the Tucson Tenants Union and groups like Casa Maria and PDI to fight for housing justice in our city. We have 4 demands that we want. The bus rapid transit that's going down to South Tucson and up the M5 district. We need affordable housing in order to make sure people can adequately live and work in this city. We can't put the cart before the horse. We have to make sure that people are housed so that they can adequately get their services. We need at least, bare minimum, 200 affordable public housing units. We need rent control, like our friend Diego said. Fight against the state legislator. It's corrupt, and we need to actually show solidarity with our tenants and homeowners here. And lastly, we need to create sanctuary camps for our unhoused. Many people who did not even come with our coalition. Many people have expressed how indignant and how embarrassing it is to look at these streets and say, these people, it's okay. What the city is saying, it's a choice. They're saying it's okay for these people to live like this. And that's unacceptable. So we have those demands. And thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Tanya Nunez, Tanya Nunez, Tanya Nunez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tanya Nunez. I also represent the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I live in Ward 3. And I'm here to demand that you guys address our current housing crisis with concrete solutions that place the needs, the very basic needs of people in front of anything else. That means no bus rapid transit through South Tucson unless there's a commitment to build truly affordable housing there, create or preserve up to 200 housing units in the city of South Tucson that existing residents can afford by 2025, rent control or rent stabilization, and create 1 or more temporary emergency caps for unhoused people and stop all camp sweeps. While we're here today to demand the city take action on these 4 demands, we must recognize that our struggle only starts at those demands. As socialists, we recognize gentrification as the most violent form of wealth transfer. And I see this violence every day at the soup kitchen I work at too. People literally being pushed out into the streets. Rather than seeing this as a result of individual or even policy choices, we understand gentrification as a process that is fundamentally caused by the laws of capitalism, as part and parcel of its regular cycle of capital accumulation, coupled with racism and other forms of oppression. We're aware that it's the government at all levels that is complicit in setting the stage for gentrification and often facilitating it. They both authorize and subsidize it. A clear example that took place in this city is the urban renewal of the 1950s and 60s, which forcibly displaced brown families from Barrio Viejo so that their homes could be demolished to make way for redevelopment by capital. The federal government financed both this so-called slum clearance and the private developments that replaced these working class homes. Today, the same thing is happening. We're well aware. Federal and local governments sell valuable public lands to private developers for pennies on the dollar. The state guides gentrification through legislation and zoning policies, tax breaks, grants, and other incentives, while moral grandstanding about urban blight with ongoing policing and repression. Developers and slumlords who take over depressed neighborhoods and build high-cost housing units for the rich are rarely, if ever, held accountable. They don't give a damn about the communities they're developing in and only care about maximizing profits. And so who does this affect? It affects women, poor people, LGBTQ folks, the elderly, disabled people. It's women who often tend to be the leaseholders and are first in line to be subjected to mass evictions. It's women with families who have difficulty securing safe, habitable, and affordable housing due to the elimination of family-sized units. The National Center for Transgender Equality found that 20% of transgender people in the U.S. face anti-trans discrimination while finding housing. Over 10% have been evicted because of their gender identity, and between 2016 and 2020, the number of transgender youth subjected to homelessness increased by 88%. So housing justice is a women's right issue, is an LGBTQ issue, and I wish elected officials took this seriously instead of performing around it. Our ultimate aim, and I think this is the case with most people in our coalition, is not to transform individuals, but to transform society as a whole, and therefore create the possibility of a new kind of social being. We're working together despite what our elected officials might think and do to build that people's power from the grassroots. And we are gathered here today to make that clear to you, that we will continue pushing for housing as a human right, no matter the decisions you make. To truly solve the housing question and end gentrification, we think we need a socialist revolution that will produce cities and towns, housing and parks, transportation networks, and other amenities for their use value to the masses and not for their exchange value for the bosses. Under capitalism, housing is a luxury reserved for those with greater purchasing power, and to all others, recent dignified housing is denied because affordable housing is not sufficiently profitable. So it's a privilege, it's not a right. And whereas in socialism, housing will be a right guaranteed to all. So we're gonna keep fighting, and all power to the people. Thank you.
So we are 10 minutes over the 30 minutes allocated. I'm going to allow for one additional speaker, and that is going to be Cristina. Cristina.
Hello to all. My name is Cristina Jones, and I was raised and lived in South Tucson since the early 80s. My tata served as a military veteran for the Army for 3 terms. He retired with honors. He also honorably owned his own business and for his retired comrades as well at Keno Hospital for over 30 plus years. And soon as he retired from there, he fell ill a year later. After that, he passed away. My nana lost the house to the city. We were forced to move, and we were still living in South Tucson. As a result, each time everything was similar. The same situation, we were devastated, and what made matters worse is my nana didn't even have time to grieve over my dying grandfather. My childhood memories were wiped away, and now moves over into the recent years. I have seen and experienced unprecedented amount of displacement, uprooting from once culturally enriched cities, and this city, from the forced out plan, from hundreds to the thousands of our elders who worked their fingers to the bone to build for their future, for my future, my generation, future generations, to have a community and a place to call home. I'm concerned about the outside developers preying on our elderly and our vulnerable citizens. Slide tactics to our elders and the vulnerable. Our culture and history do we not matter anymore? People, we're not for sale. I am for one here to make a stand and demand the city officials to just make it provide adequate housing for our seniors, for our vulnerable, for our working class communities. It's not too much to ask for. I mean, we voted for your honor and your respect, and we expect the same. That's all we're asking for. And as you guys promise, and you say you promised this and you promised that, and or is it full of broken promises? That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you for being here today. The rest of the speakers will be invited to come to the next council meeting at call to the audience, and you will be called first. I also would like to invite the community members that spoke on affordable housing to look at our HAS plan and the millions of dollars that the mayor and council have invested in affordable housing. Absolutely, we need to do more. But I also like to invite you to include Pima County Board of Supervisors and the state legislature on this effort. I think we can do much more together. Thank you so much. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through U.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is the Tucson Code amending Chapter 20 relating to one-way streets and alleys, converting a portion of Winsett Street from two-way traffic to one-way traffic. Item C is real property, proposed grant of easement for aerial and subsurface rights within First Street and Park Avenue, RES 2021-060. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Technical Education District for Community Service Officer Certification Program and Internships. Item E is Parks and Recreation approving adding Cushing Street Skate Park to Prop 407 Parks and Connections project list. Item F is real property approving a ground lease agreement with the TowerCom 7B DBA T-Mobile for a wireless communications facility on a Tucson water well site. Item G is intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Regional Flood Control District for use and maintenance responsibilities in and adjacent to the regional water courses. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement renewal with the University of Arizona's Water Resources Research Center for the Arizona Project Wet Water Education Program. Item I is an intergovernmental agreement renewal with the University of Arizona's Pima County Cooperative for the Smartscape Landscape Water Conservation Education Program. Item J is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with Pima County regarding the Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program, EFSP. Item K is a financial participation agreement with Pima Association of Governments and the Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona, and an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the Victim Services Program for fiscal year 2022-23. Item L is a final plat S21-034 Valencia Crossing, lots 1 through 161, common areas A1, A2, and B1, B2, and C1. Item M is a final plat S21-080 ATB Midvale and Valencia, lots 1 through 3. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with Pima County for the second year of Pima Early Education Program. Item O is the Tucson Code amending Chapter 19 relating to occupational license tax and privilege and excise taxes, adding penalties for certain delinquent occupational license taxes and conforming privilege tax codes to the Arizona Model City Tax Code. Item P is the Tucson Code amending Chapter 22 relating to deferred compensation retirement plans. Item Q is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County to provide summer youth program interns. Item R is boards, committees, and commissions, economic and workforce development selection committee recommendations for fiscal year 2023 allocations, approval of funding for small business development, workforce development, and special events, and sunset date extension. Item S is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Community College for the IT Fast Track Scholarship Program funding. That item will be considered separately at the request of Councilwoman Lee. Item T is a sale of aerial easements over city property leased to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base located along Kolb Road and Settlement. Item U is the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development Sunset Extension and request on members. The appropriate motion would be to approve items A through U with the exception of S.
May I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, I'd like to move that we approve A through U with the exception of S, and I think it's been about 7 years since we got all the way to U. So nice job, Suzanne, our new clerk, everybody. Anyway, I make that motion.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Clerk?
The item to be considered now is item S, intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Community College for IT Fast Track Scholarship Program funding.
This is an item that Councilwoman Lee are requested to be considered separately. Go ahead, council member.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment, since this was on the consent agenda, and just kind of share with everyone what this is about. With the Ward 4 allocation for ARPA funding, our team really looked at how we could utilize these funds to lift people up who maybe had been displaced through COVID for their work, and also align that with some objectives that our employers in the region have with respect to finding IT talent. So I'm really excited to have this in front of everyone today for consideration. Essentially $250,000 in collaboration with Pima Community College to fund scholarships for their IT Fast Track program, with a focus specifically on how we can get more women and minority members of our community into these professions. So with that, Mayor, I would like to move that we approve resolution number 23487.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I would like to just add, Councilwoman Lee, that this is an incredible program. It's a great idea, great partnership with Pima College. Really wonderful use of American Rescue Plan dollars. It really is an action that will be a transformative change for many individuals and residents in your ward and throughout the city. So wonderfully done, very creative and good work. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Clerk?
Item 8.
Item 8.
This is public hearing C8 22-04 UDC text amendments relating to transmission line relief special exception.
City Manager's Communication number 189 dated July 12th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to review and discuss the proposed Unified Development Code text amendments to establish a zoning examiner special exception process, which would allow relief from the underground siting requirements for transmission lines in scenic corridor zones, overlays, and the gateway corridor zone overlays when certain criteria are met. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. And what I'd like to do is have our city attorney pretty much open the item, explaining exactly what we have in front of us, what we're doing, what we're not doing, so that we can have clarity as to what we're voting on.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and I'm happy to do that. First, I'm just going to read a quick correction into the record from the consent agenda on item 7M, as in Michael. There was a typo in the communication that we'll correct with the Scrivener's error memo where it referred to a use as residential that's actually commercial. So we'll take care of that by off-agenda memo. We just wanted it on the record for tonight. So for this item 8, this is a proposal to amend the city's zoning code, which is the Unified Development Code, or UDC, specifically to create a zoning examiner special exception process that is specific to a particular type of land use, which is utility transmission lines that would be located within either a gateway corridor zone or a scenic corridor zone, which are two specific overlay zones under the city's zoning code, the UDC. In each of those specific zones, GCZ and SCZ, they require undergrounding of new utility lines, including new transmission lines. This proposed amendment would create a specific process with specific criteria for the consideration of applications for relief from that undergrounding requirement that applies in those two zones, and specifically for transmission utility lines. So the typical example is going to be an electrical transmission line, like some that you've seen proposed in earlier alignments that have come to the attention of the mayor and council. One thing that I want to note is that the zoning examiner special exception process is an existing process for administrative approvals under the city's zoning code. And in fact, and I think you know this, we have a variety of different types of approval processes for zoning requests under the Unified Development Code. The zoning examiner special exception process is the highest level of public engagement, public notice, and public process of all of those administrative approval processes. And I'm going to just go ahead and walk through what the procedural requirements are when an applicant asks for relief as a special exception through the zoning examiner. First, there's a pre-application meeting that's required with city staff, so before the application's even submitted. Secondly, there's a required neighborhood meeting with prior notice to property owners within 400 feet, all neighborhood associations within 1 mile of any of the property that's the subject of the request, and the ward office or ward offices that are the subject of the request. This neighborhood meeting also must occur prior to the application even being submitted for acceptance by Planning and Development Services for review. The notice that goes out is required to describe the nature of the application, give the applicant's contact information in case people have questions about directly of the applicant, and it must give notice, of course, of the location and time of the neighborhood meeting. The next step is the application submittal, which goes to PDSD, and which triggers a new notice that goes out, mailed and posted, to notify that the application has been accepted. As part of that, staff review also is to ensure that the neighborhood meeting has been appropriately noticed and conducted before the application was submitted. Next, Planning and Development Services reviews the request, and the Planning and Development Services Director makes a recommendation. At that point, it's just a recommendation, it's not a decision. Other processes end there, but the zoning examiner special exception has additional requirements. The Planning and Development Services Director forwards his recommendation or her recommendation to the zoning examiner for review, and the zoning examiner schedules a public hearing. And as you're all well aware, the public hearing first has prior notice that is required, that goes out in the manner I described before, but it also requires published notice. So notice is published in the newspaper, and all the materials are made available through PDSD online so people can go there and see what the specific application is about. Thereafter, the zoning examiner holds the public hearing and makes a decision within 5 days of the conclusion of the public hearing. Under other processes, the review would end there, but under this proposed process, zoning examiner special exception, there's then an additional layer, which is an appeal to the mayor and council. And under the code, any party of record can bring an appeal from the zoning examiner's determination to the mayor and council. And a party of record includes anyone who is entitled to notice in the earlier proceedings, anyone who submitted a statement of interest that they wanted to participate in the proceedings, or anyone who actually did participate in the prior proceedings can file that appeal to the mayor and council. If an appeal is filed within 14 days, it's scheduled for another public hearing, and that public hearing is conducted in front of the mayor and council, and testimony is taken, and the mayor and council hear the appeal. So that would be the type of process that would be required for these specific requests. This specific proposal tonight, as I mentioned, is for this particular use, the request to have the ability to get relief from undergrounding requirements in those 2 overlay zones. The amendment, as you've seen, lays out specific criteria that the zoning examiner, and ultimately the mayor and council if there's an appeal, would review and apply to the application itself. And those criteria are crafted to actually apply directly to the nature of the use that's being requested, a transmission line that's new or a replacement installation. One thing I want to note here is that the current process under which relief from the undergrounding requirements, the only process that's available to be pursued by an applicant is a variance process, okay? A variance process does not have these types of criteria. Variance process is a general process that's made available under state law that focuses on the applicant's showing of an undue hardship or an undue burden. What you'll see is different about the special exception process is it specifically addresses the question of what are the surrounding uses? What are the impacts on nearby residential? What is the topography like? What other existing structures or buildings are in the area in question that may have already compromised the view shed? Those types of things. The proposed amendment, as I mentioned, flows from the idea that there's value to having a reasonable relief valve in the code from the undergrounding requirements, because in the absence of that relief valve, you're going to have situations where proposals for transmission line projects are going to be taken away from the corridors altogether and more likely placed along alignments that have more direct impact, quite frankly, on residential areas. So this is a way of establishing criteria specific to these types of requests to identify instances where it would be appropriate to grant the undergrounding relief. However, those criteria are also established to ensure that the purposes of the Gateway Corridor and Scenic Corridor zones are factored in, and they must be satisfied. In other words, the primary purposes of those overlay zones is to protect the overall aesthetics and view sheds of the city, while at the same time providing reasonable opportunity for economic development and reasonable land uses within those overlay zones. I won't go through all of the criteria in the proposal. You have them, but I will summarize them. The types of criteria under the proposal that the zoning examiner, and again, ultimately the mayor and council on appeal, would be directed to review and consider in any request for underground, being able to go overhead in these areas, include whether the area in question is industrial zoning as opposed to residential, to ensure that there's minimal impact on residential uses. Another consideration is whether requiring undergrounding actually would cause significant increase in ground disturbance in protected areas like the ERZ or the wash areas where there are environmental resources that are a consideration that you want to protect. Other considerations include alignments where the only crossing of a scenic corridor or gateway corridor zone where it's a perpendicular crossing and it's not the length of the alignment. So that's another consideration for the zoning examiner to look at. Other considerations include whether there is existing infrastructure like railroad lines, existing highways, bridge crossings, which really make undergrounding infeasible. And we've seen some areas like that in some of the proposed alignments that we've come across. Other considerations relate to whether the overhead lines are necessary to protect or to serve customers with specific specialized operations. And here we call out what that example is. It's the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, which has specific energy needs. One of the more important criteria, they're all important, but factored into the review by the zoning examiner, is whether the proposed project is in an area where the cost to underground rather than go overhead would actually have a disparate impact on low-income residents, which is a factor that the mayor and council brought forward before as an important equity consideration. So with those descriptions, what we're moving forward here with tonight is your consideration of this relief valve, I'll call it, the zoning examiner special exception process. One thing that it is not, and it can't be, this proposal could not be a mechanism for adding new undergrounding requirements that don't already exist. This is a special exception process, so in other words, a relief process. if the mayor and council ever wanted to consider the expansion of undergrounding requirements in other areas, that would be a separate process to move forward with. And we'd start with a study session and before moving on for any proposed text amendments. So with that, Mayor, I return it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. So we will start the public hearing, and then we'll have the time for my colleagues on the council to ask questions and make their statements. So the public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. So I have a stack of speakers here. We will start the timing now. Our first speaker is Molly McCassin.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, council members, staff, members of the community. I'm just still moved by a call to the audience, so I just want to put in a word of that those of us in the community who do support you and want this to work. It has, I think, a lot to do with what I feel about this this particular hearing, the preservation and enhancement of a diverse, multicultural inner city, and I hope that's where we can go. I just want you to know you have my support. Please call on me. My sympathy with this whole evening has been very powerful. So next to that, it seems maybe, kind of less important to be complaining about a process that looks like it could run a gigantic, above line transmission system through the heart of the city that has been reinvested in by you all, by the city, by the U of A, by private businesses, by private homeowners, to the tune of millions and millions of dollars in order to make a sustainable community. It is the heart of a sustainable community, is to make it livable. I don't really know. I've lost a little track, and I shouldn't be the first speaker on this. I'm not the most experienced in how this process has gone. I did sit in on the public hearing, zoomed in on the public hearing, and there was no one who wants that transmission line above ground past, down Campbell. So I don't know if that's still on the books, but I do know that any scenic corridor that has been developed as a scenic corridor, and people have been promised when they were going to invest in their business and in their homes or in their university that it would remain a scenic corridor, it's pretty much bait and switch. So it's an unfair process. I don't have much more to say tonight. I just want to say no, please, to the transmission line relief special exception. I've lived in that area of town off and on, but mostly on, since 1958, and it would just be a disservice to the future of the greater community to take that heart and cover it with enormous power lines that are not in keeping with the quality of life that all of us have wanted to develop in the center of Tucson. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ms. McCassin. Karen Schreiber. Karen Schreiber. All righty, it looks like she left. John Schwartz.
Hi, my name is John Schwartz, and I'm a member of the 3-person steering committee of the Underground Coalition, and we, with the various neighborhoods and affiliated organizations, they comprise nearly 25,000 Tucsonans. And I can honestly say that the coalition has put in considerable time and thought into the issue that involves this hearing this evening. We very much want the city to respect the gateway and scenic route regulations that require undergrounding of new utilities in those corridors. And we've shown in full detail elsewhere in a white paper that's available to you that when looking at the larger picture, the extra expense to underground in these corridors is small. It's marginal, really. It's tiny even when compared to the rate increases the TEP itself routinely requests. Rate increases the TEP believes are affordable, let alone to TEP's overall rates. For example, the extra expense to underground the entire route along Keno and Campbell all the way to Grant Road, instead of going above ground, would cost barely 1/100th of TEP's most recent request for a rate increase. 1/100th for the entire route. But if exceptions to provide for TEP or other utilities are to be created, we hope that Mayor and Council will keep in mind some of the concerns that we have. One main concern is that all three of the criteria that we have recommended in the list of criteria before you, and they are criteria 12I, 12J, and 12K, I believe. The letters have changed so much over time that I hope I'm right about that, that they will be adopted and stay part of the package. Those criteria will make sure that permitted exceptions remain exactly that, exceptions, and that exceptions will not allow to become the rule on any route unless the cost to do otherwise is clearly financially prohibitive. And as the authors of the criteria, we emphasize that the words clearly financially prohibitive set a high bar well beyond the ordinary differential cost to underground. It's essential, in our view, that all three of the criteria remain part of the package. We also have serious concerns regarding several of the criteria that TEP initiated. We've communicated the substance of those concerns along with revisions we would propose in a document that we sent to each of you last week. The four criteria are 12D, 12E, 12F, and 12H. Again, I'm assuming the lettering has remained the same. We ask that the revisions we have suggested be made and that the clarifications of the criteria we requested take place before the criteria are adopted. And I have time, because of the limit of time, to speak about only one of those criteria, 12F. It says that utilities such as TEP can construct overhead if undergrounding would interfere with other underground utilities. Since underground utilities are widespread, this provision could end up being applied to much or all of many routes. If this criterion is allowed to remain, we ask that the word interfere be defined narrowly and strictly, for example, only to areas where TEP can demonstrate that avoiding interference is either technologically or financially impossible. We want to thank you. We are grateful for your support of the Gateway and Scenic Route regulations and very appreciative of your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Colleen Nichols.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am also a member of the Undergrounding three-person steering committee. As John indicated, the coalition includes 11 neighborhoods and 3 allied organizations representing thousands of Tucsonans. The steering committee, together with the Undergrounding Coalition members and other interested individuals, have invested thousands of volunteer hours in order to ensure that citizen voices are heard and are an integral part
of the process concerning the criteria for exceptions and other topics related to the undergrounding of transmission lines. We will continue to be active participants and hope that our opinions are received as both sincerely expressed and offered in good faith in the attempt to reach solutions that are both fair and viable. I am also a resident of Jefferson Park neighborhood, and I am a board member of the association. Our historic neighborhood, just to the north of the U of A, sits right in the center of TEP's Keno to DeMoss Petrie 138 kV transmission line project. Not only is a large TEP substation planned for the very edge of Jefferson Park, but just as troubling, unless lines are undergrounded, one of the three possibilities for exit routes with massive pylons and overhead lines will run right down neighborhood streets between residences. We hope that the three criteria suggested by the steering committee and approved by the planning commission will be retained and adopted as a final component of the exceptions criteria. As John stated, they are 12I, 12J, and 12K. These requirements will help to ensure that exceptions remain considerations and do not become a matter of course along the corridors. One of the criteria, 12K, has significant relevance for historic areas and neighborhoods such as Jefferson Park. TEP claims that criterion 12K should be removed because it would significantly increase the gateway and scenic ordinance zones, allowing zones to reach beyond the corridors themselves. The criterion, as written, does protect areas defined by official entities as historic places, properties, or districts, all sensitive locales, from overhead transmission lines. At the same time, these locales cover only a very small portion of the entire city and of the gateway and scenic routes. We would estimate around or beneath 15%. We urge you, the mayor and council, to retain our three criteria and to carefully consider the changes to the others which we outlined and justified in our document that we sent to you last week. Let's preserve Tucson as we want it now and as we hope it will be in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration to this critical matter.
Thank you. Betsy Besinich Larson.
Hello. Thank you guys for having us here to talk about this. My name is Betsy. I am Vice President of the West University Neighborhood Association. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank Sam Hughes and the Undergrounding Committee for doing a lot of legwork in protecting our historic spaces. The amendment that the Planning Commission approved in June, which if you haven't watched the meeting on Zoom, I highly recommend it. It's a very interesting meeting. I would like to quote one of the commissioners. She said that and multiple commissioners were in agreement that the amendment felt icky. And there was a lot of loss for words because they felt like TEP really pushed this onto the city. And it was up to the neighborhoods, individuals, to come back with a robust answer. And so items I, J, K are really crucial in protecting our spaces, our neighborhoods. Beyond the amendment, which I think we have to pass because we're kind of being forced to do so because the other option is even more perhaps nuclear if we go to Maricopa and we ask for help, is that I want to look beyond this amendment. How do we keep this from happening again? And how do we keep corporate greed from directing our city code? I not just myself, but I've gotten, as I talk to neighbors, they really feel like TEP is directed this this path for us. And so how do we, as a community, as a city, strengthen our codes, our gateway corridors, our scenic corridors? How do we expand them to make them more robust? I mean, if we're going to be going back every 5 years and amending these important codes, at the end of the day, what's going to be left of them? So while I think this one is really well crafted and the Underground Committee has done a beautiful job in preserving our interests, I'm worried about the city as a whole suffering in the long term. And we're privileged in the historic neighborhoods. We have a lot of affluence. We have, we are a privileged neighborhoods, I would say. And to the neighbors to the south of us, what are they dealing with? Are we just kicking the can down to them to deal with this? I mean, the science isn't there to support or oppose overhead transmission lines, at least from what I've gathered. I can't find any peer-reviewed studies that really conclusively say that they're not a danger, or that climate change isn't going to impact the dangerous nature of having 110-foot steel poles right above your home when a monsoon hits. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns. And so I think we, as a city, can do better to protect our citizens. And I think we need to look beyond this amendment and really strive to do a little bit better at pushing away that corporate greed that we're experiencing. I think I have all my notes. And yeah, so thank you guys for hearing us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call out the person that I had called at the beginning, Karen Schreiber. See if she's here. She is not. Alrighty, our last speaker is Eric Backen.
Good evening. My name is Eric Bakken. I'm Vice President of System Operations and Energy Resources for Tucson Electric Power, and I'm at 88 East Broadway, right down the road here. First, I would like to thank the mayor and council for their leadership on this issue, the city staff for their guidance as we move through this process, and the stakeholders that have participated for their input. TEP appreciates the work that staff has done to develop the special exception process for siting transmission lines within scenic and gateway corridor zones. The exception process before the mayor and council tonight would recognize local scenic and gateway ordinances and provide relief for underground requirements under specific criteria, as the city attorney mentioned, and would provide for additional local stakeholder input, which is important to have that engagement with the community. While TEP supports the exception process, as we communicated in comments submitted to the Planning Commission on May 31st and the Mayor and Council on July 11th, we have continued concerns over the new Section K and the draft UDC text amendment. TEP's specific concerns are that this new section is not a potential exception to the Gateway Corridor Zone and the Scenic Corridor Zone undergrounding requirements, but instead imposes a significant additional undergrounding requirement for transmission line development along these corridors and near these corridors. We believe the newly proposed Section K is inconsistent with the spirit of the proposal for the special exception process. In fact, if adopted as proposed, the new Section K will increase the scope and reach of the Gateway Corridor Zones far beyond the stated intent of these zones in the UDC as it stands today. This proposed expansion will result in far less flexibility on how we site our lines for the placement of the critical transmission infrastructure, which could ultimately negatively impact electric reliability as well as increase electricity costs. In areas where underground construction would be extremely tough, like archaeologically sensitive areas, these requirements could prohibit TEP from building a line above ground in the area of the Scenic Corridor Zone or the Gateway Corridor Zone, potentially causing us to look at routes outside major roads near historic areas, moving potentially into neighborhoods and having more impact there. To address these concerns, TEP proposes that Section K be removed from the proposed exceptions. We are confident that the public participation in the Arizona Corporation Commission's line siting process, the public input associated with the special exception process, which, as you saw, a lot of different levels for the public to engage. And TEP's ongoing interest in stakeholder participation will give plenty of opportunity to hear and address any specific concerns over historic areas related to a particular project. In the alternative, to maintain the flexibility but give clear direction to the zoning examiner, if the mayor and council determine that consideration of historic areas be more formally addressed as part of the special exception process, TEP proposes that Section K be revised as proposed in the language provided to the city attorney and the mayor and council in the letter that we sent dated July 11th. So with that, thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Alrighty, that was our last speaker. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? No? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing, please? There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion of closing the public hearing, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance number 11942 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11942 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 4.8, 4.9, 5.3, 5.5, and 11.1, and setting an effective date.
So before we move into deliberation, I just wanted to add a couple of comments and then toss over to my colleagues on the council. This conversation about the Keno DMP transmission line has been discussed for a couple of years now. I want to thank everyone involved, starting with neighborhood residents that have participated in this process from the beginning, our staff at the City of Tucson, including Mike Rankin and Mr. Ortega, also TEP and its staff for engaging in this process since late 2019, and for modifying the proposal several times. This item is not simple or straightforward. On one hand, our growing city has a need for increased grid capacity and reliability. This could not be more evident as we strive to electrify our transportation system and push towards EV readiness throughout the city. That is greatly related to a cleaner future and us separating ourselves from fossil fuels. We're working diligently as a mayor and council to bring those greenhouse gas emissions down, which our transportation system adds to more than 30% to that. So one hand, we want to remove ourselves from fossil fuels and use much more electricity, which is perceived to be a cleaner energy source. The other thing is that an enhanced grid capacity also stabilizes voltage and shortens outages. On the other hand, we collectively struggle with aesthetics, and the aesthetics of having large transmission lines in our neighborhoods is something we do not want to see. Aesthetics throughout our beautiful city, the gateway corridors that have been a long part of the aesthetics and how we perceive the beauty of our surroundings is important to us. A few additional concerns to me are the possibility of disparate impact to neighborhoods that are not designated historic preservation zones, and what the impact to those neighborhoods could be in terms of being able to maybe be disparately impacted, as our previous speaker talked about, in placement of transmission lines. And then again, undergrounding costs are 10 times more expensive than transmission lines above ground, and how those costs are distributed throughout the city of Tucson to all the residents of the city of Tucson and paid by the customers, probably the same customers, where the transmission lines are desperately impacting them. So I want to make sure that mayor and council looks at what we have in front of us, that we have a balanced approach to this issue, and that I believe that the special exception proposal presents solutions to the concerns we've heard from different sides of the issue. So I'd love to hear from my colleagues on the council, and with that, I'd like to invite Councilmember Kozachik to open with his remarks, because I know that he has been up to his ears with this issue.
Okay, thank you. First of all, address a couple of points. Molly, the points that you made are exactly the kinds of concerns that would be raised during the special exception process. It's precisely the kinds of things that you mentioned that would be raised when a particular segment is being considered for overgrounding or undergrounding. That's what this is about. Secondly, to the comment that TEP directed this path, actually what happened was 2 or 3 years ago, TEP was making the rounds through the various neighborhoods affected by the DeMoss Petrie alignment, doing public outreach with the message that we, TEP, will come up with a preferred alignment, and then we will present it to the Corporation Commission, and they'll make the final decision. And so these were more or less perceived by the public as courtesy meetings that TEP would ultimately be the final decision maker in terms of what the route would be. And we had 3 or 4 at one time that were under consideration. This is a much different process than that. TEP right now has the option of going to the Board of Adjustments. I see many people in here who have been to the Board of Adjustments. You know that as Mike Rankin pointed out, the public participation in a Board of Adjustment process is very limited. There's no necessary public outreach. You show up at the hearing, you make your pitch, Board of Adjustments makes a decision, and if you want to appeal it, you pay for a decision, you pay for an appeal to Superior Court. It never comes to a conversation like this. So to suggest that the special exception, and I've heard this, the special exception is capitulation to the utility, is simply false. This is setting up a process by which the public will have a robust and multi-layered level of input into each request for an exception to the undergrounding requirements. So with that, I want to open with a couple of procedural questions for the city attorney. First of all, the zoning examiner has already rejected the Banner UMC substation rezoning. So procedurally, what must TEP do in order to reinitiate that request if this moves forward?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Kozachik. So yes, you're correct that the zoning examiner had denied that request and with respect to the substation, because at the time it was unknown what the connection to that distribution site would even look like. So it was premature. So TEP would have to reinitiate that special exception request for that particular substation. One other thing I can say in connection with that is that the proceedings were scheduled to move forward with the line siting committee and then moving on to the ACC with the Keno DMP line. And that was delayed and pulled back by TEP to create time for the consideration for issues like this.
Okay. Second, procedurally, today we're considering the special exception for overgrounding. Currently, TEP has a Board of Adjustment as the relief valve. I just want to make sure that, clarify that by adopting the special exception process, that becomes the sole avenue, the sole remedy. And it's not as though if you don't like the answer you get through special exception, they can run off to the Board of Adjustments. This isn't a pick 'em.
So Councilmember Kozachik, and that's a really important point. Actually, a variance process is required by statute, so we can't eliminate it. But what this does is it creates this process specific to transmission line installations in these two areas, SCC, GCZ. And the way that variance requests work is that TEP really could not successfully secure a variance if they haven't gone through the zoning examiner special exception process first, because one of the fundamental requirements of a variance request is you have to show that you aren't capable of complying with the underlying code requirements. That would mean complying with the zoning examiner special exception process, so they'd have to go through that process.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the clarification, so that short of exhausting all your other remedy options, you can't go straight to the Board of Adjustments. And that's an important point for people to understand. I want to join the mayor and others in thanking the Planning Commission and the community and the industry stakeholders for their work on this. There have been a lot of moving parts, and there are some complex pieces to this. And I also want to make this comment before I start walking through some of the criteria. To be clear, we cannot impose a set of criteria that are so restrictive that the utility never has a chance for an approval, or they can simply bypass us and go straight to the Corporation Commission or the state legislature. Or if we set up such restrictive criteria, we may just simply force them into neighborhoods. And so as we're walking through these criteria, keep those in mind. This is a really difficult balance. And so whatever the criteria we agree on have to pass the reasonable test, or all the work people have done will be for nothing. So looking at the criteria, I'm going to start at the back end of them. There are the three that several speakers mentioned, I, J, and K. And I'm going to propose, so if you read through them, they're really declaratory statements. They're not criteria that a zoning examiner would look at, such as the effects can be expected remain consistent with the overall purpose and integrity of the corridor. Any new above-ground utility that's permitted must be designed, constructed, maintained, and positioned as unobtrusively as possible. So those are declaratory statements, and so I'm going to propose that we take I, J, and K and move them to the front, not as criteria, but as parts of the special exception consideration that have to be satisfied before the zoning examiner even gets to the criteria. With respect to item K, the way that is framed, and that's the one that two speakers, the utility and one of the coalition members mentioned, it's framed in the negative, and it says that in the area where the applicant seeking relief, transmission lines are not allowed in or adjacent to. I'm in agreement that that's not consistent with the spirit of the rest of them. Rest of the criteria. And it also forces us to extend the consideration beyond the reach of the special exception being requested. And so I'm also going to suggest that while we move those three to the front, not as criteria, but as declaratory statements, that we accept the alternate language that says in considering with two changes. In considering any request for a special exception, the zoning examiner shall take into consideration the impact of providing such an exception in historic areas located as defined in the National Register of Historic Places, Properties, or District. And the final sentence I would add, within specific gateway corridor zones and scenic corridor zones. And I've passed this language to the city attorney and to the mayor. I'll pass it down to the rest of the council, although it has already been circulated it's the very bottom. So I would begin by saying, let's move those three to the front, not as criteria, but as declaratory statements. Walking through the criteria, the coalition has made some recommended tweaks, and I'm going to address those. First of all, criteria A and B stand as originally proposed. Criteria letter C, they have corrected what the Planning Commission looked at, so it simply reads minimal impact on residential areas, period. The original D was eliminated, and so now the new D is the one that talks about non-gateway crossing in a perpendicular manner to either existing gateways or corridor. If we leave that language as it, as it stands, we could wind up with the 115-foot poles immediately adjacent to both sides of an intersection on a gateway corridor. And so I'm going to suggest that we include language that requires a minimum setback of 150 feet from the gateway corridor that is crossing perpendicularly through. That means that those poles are going to be 150 feet away from each side of the corridor. That's one of the suggestions that the coalition made, and I think it's a legitimate suggestion. New criterion E, the item speaks to repair or upgrade of existing facilities, and the current suggestion allows an increase in size of up to 25% in height and width. When we're talking about a transmission line that already can be up to 110 feet tall, and some of them are proposed to be that means we're now talking about a 25 to 35 foot increase in height plus the width, the circumference of the pole. And so I'm going to suggest that we change the 25% to 10%. That still gives an opportunity for increasing, but it's not such a huge increase that it's beyond the spirit of the criteria that we're talking about. New criterion F, transmission lines are proposed in an area. So this is the one where the last few words are troublesome, and I need to get some clarification from the city attorney and perhaps staff on how we wrestle this to the ground. What it says is transmission lines are proposed in areas where there's an existing presence of railroad and highway and bridge crossings. We get all that. But the last few words say, or where it would interfere with existing underground utilities. I take the point absolutely that could mean pretty much anywhere along the corridor. And so the challenge is how do we wrestle with those last few words so that we're essentially saying that the utility is going to satisfy that criterion everywhere along the corridor, and therefore it's meaningless.
Councilmember Kozaczek, I think Professor Schwartz had an excellent proposal, quite frankly, which was to limit the scope of that word interfere. And my thought was to add the following language to the end of that provision. So I'll just read the whole, so it reads in context. Transmission lines are proposed in an area where there is an existing presence of railroad, highway, and/or bridge crossings, comma, or in an area where underground installation would interfere with other existing underground utilities, comma, and curing the interference is technologically impossible or financially cost prohibitive.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. I think it speaks to the spirit of what the concerns were. Criterion G, proposed transmission lines provide electrical service to critical customers. They have eliminated the concerning language, which was originally, for those who didn't participate in the Planning Commission meetings, originally hospitals and medical services were included in that criterion, which was really the crux of the concern, because Banner UMC is the destination for this. And so that language has been eliminated, so that makes, as written, that's appropriate. Former H was eliminated in its entirety, so the new criterion H, proposed project in an area where cost to install the underground would have a disparate impact on low-income residents. And so my concern with that is it really speaks to the whole pricing piece, and we're not going to be putting into place or suggesting that people participate in taxing districts, municipal taxing districts. And so is that criterion even relevant at this point? Should it come out in its entirety, or do you think it stands as written?
Councilmember Kosacic, I think it still stands as written, and I think the idea is to address the notion, as you're all aware and you were just describing, that undergrounding is very expensive. For example, the difference between the cost of a particular alignment being underground versus being overhead could well exceed $50 million for an individual project, right? And what happens is those costs are then spread to the entire rate base. So the idea with this provision is to make sure that when considering requests for relief from the undergrounding requirements, that it isn't going to just result in giving relief in areas of, I'll say, areas of affluence, and not giving equal consideration to areas of less affluence, right? Poverty even. Because the fact of the matter is that, if you just give relief in certain areas and not in others, then you're forcing the community to pay for undergrounding for a few, but the cost is borne obviously by everyone.
Fair enough, thanks. Finally, now that I've suggested we move I, J, and K to the front, we are left with the final letter L. So during the Planning Commission meeting when they approved this, what I passed out to staff and the council is a screenshot of what was presented during the Planning Commission. And if you look at L, it reads a special exception request to relieve the requirement to underground that meets the findings established in the UDC, findings which also meet criteria A, D, E, and F, may only require one criteria. I'm reading, my printer didn't print where I go. May only require one criterion for approval where no other apply. So what we have in front of us says A, D, or F. So let me try and rephrase that so that I don't sound like I'm drunk up here. What was presented at the Planning Commission says he has to meet criteria A, D, E, and F. What we're voting on says criteria A, D, or F. Those are two fundamentally different things. And so the Planning Commission, or at least the public, saw the screenshot. I don't know what the Planning Commission had because I didn't have all their attachments, but I need you to clarify, Mike, if we go with letter L, are we going to hear from the Planning Commission saying, no, we voted on these three and you've eliminated one of the letters and you've changed a very fundamental word, and to or?
Yeah, and thanks for raising that issue, and for giving us a heads up so we could look and see what was presented, in fact, to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission materials all correctly use the word "or," other than a PowerPoint slideshow that was presented, which is what the screenshot is from, which incorrectly used the word "and." And in talking with staff who was at the Planning Commission meetings and looking at the record of the Planning Commission, it's clear that they understood that the purpose of this section was to emphasize the fact that for most of the criteria, in order to get relief, the applicant's going to have to show that multiple criteria are met. But there are 3 criteria which could themselves, as just one criteria, justify relief. And so the only word there that can make any sense is "or," not "and," because it wouldn't make sense to say you only need to satisfy one criteria if you already satisfy 3 criteria. So I don't expect that we would hear that from the Planning Commission, and I'm comfortable that the record is clear that the purpose of this section was to identify those 3 criteria which themselves alone could justify relief. It doesn't mean that they guarantee relief. It just means on their own they could be the basis for an approval.
Okay, so what we have is what they had.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So final point is that criterion L is as equally a declaratory statement as I, J, and K were, and I would propose we move that one with those other 3 up in front of the criteria so that it's not a criteria to be met, but a condition that a statement that conditions the satisfying the rest of the criteria. So I, J, K, and L would all go to the front. Mike, what are your thoughts on that?
Councilmember Kozaczek, members of the Mayor and Council. Yes, I think it makes it clear, quite frankly, that if you take those all out and you put them before the list of criteria and you say, okay, first of all of the following statements apply to every application, right?
Right.
That you got to meet multiple criteria unless it's one of these 3, in which case it could be just one. That in the event that relief is granted, that the installation has to be done as unobtrusively as possible, blah, blah, blah. So all of those right up front, and then say, okay, now that all of those have been applied, if you're going to consider relief, you have to follow the following criteria, and then the remaining criteria would be in place.
Okay. So with all those changes, I'd move that we adopt the special exception process as I just described.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Lee.
So let's get started. A lot to digest here, but there's some things that this started. My whole discussion in this whole process was I was never going to vote to not underground anything. That was my starting point. I was never going to vote to allow them to do anything but underground. I want to underground every single utility pole in the city. So that's kind of my jumping off point. And what I found in this process is we have 0 leverage to do that. We have none. I mean, you want it. I live in a neighborhood where no matter what corridor I drive out of in my neighborhood, to the north, south, east, or west, on the full square mile, there are distribution lines or transmission lines, in some cases both. So I'm the least one to be wanting to do this. But there's a few things here. Number one is, in this specific case, TEP actually came to us a little bit, they could have just ran off to Phoenix. So I appreciated that one piece. They're not, their shareholders are not necessarily Tucsonans. So naturally, they're not going to be perfect community partners, but at least they came to the table with this and discussed it. And I appreciated that. We can have other discussions about municipal modeling and a municipal model utility, or we can have that, or the franchise agreement down the road. We can have that discussion about about those pieces, and you'll probably hear some different things from me. But in this specific case, I had some other thoughts. One of the ones was, and Steve has addressed these, F and K. It was funny, the neighbors were like, they're gonna use that one provision to block, or excuse me, the utility was worried that the neighbors was gonna use that one provision to block every single transmission line, or just, yeah, transmission line. And the neighbors were worried the utility was gonna exploit one rule to use it as an excuse to be able to build them. And so I think it's interesting that we've kind of got some balance there. But when it comes down to some of the pieces here, at the end of the day, I have two things that I want in spirit on this that are not in here at all. One is, if we're gonna put transmission lines in, one of the requirements I'd really like to be able to have some assurance on is that the co-location prior rights, those transmission lines are exempted from those, so that we don't have 15 more lines going up. In other words, I don't want to see Cox Cable and CenturyLink and, you know, on the distribution lines throughout the city, if you notice, there's like 18 different lines going through. A transmission line is set pretty high up in the air with 3. Look, it's not sightly, but it's cleaner than the smaller distribution lines with 15 things on it. So I want to make sure that one of the things I was thinking about was the co-location piece. The other thing I was thinking about was, look, I get that we're going to have this very specific criteria and they've got to come back to get a bite of the apple. But when we're coming down to it, at the end of the day, if we're going to still have to vote on the individual cases, right, Steve? So when we vote on that, I want to put TEP on notice right now that if you want to do that and you want me to vote for that, I'm going to ask you to bury transmission. I'm going to ask you to either bury distribution lines or at least relocate them to rooftops in a creative way so they are not on corridors. I'm going to ask you to do that because I don't want to put more lines in the air, period. So I want a net negative of lines every time. And I want to put that into the franchise agreement in a few years and talk about how we can finance that moving forward all the time. But the bottom line is, I want to be transparent about that now. And that is that fine, you can have your special exemption, but if you want me to vote for one, then you've got to take distribution lines down. There has to be a net loss of lines in the air. That's like my big piece of this. That's the only leverage we have. We have no other leverage. Other than that, if we just keep saying no, you're going to go to Phoenix anyway. So that's what's the frustrating part. But I'm not blaming you for it. You got a company to run. I understand. But that's kind of the piece that we want. We don't want to have distribution or transmission lines anyway. The last part was that we've got this corridor set up, and this became a be careful what you wish for situation. In other words, all of a sudden, we had corridors that we couldn't use, and they were being pushed, so the alternates were being pushed directly into neighborhoods and directly over houses. And then we were running into whole other myriad of problems, and we were going to either end up before the ACC and probably ultimately end up in court, and I don't know what would have happened. So I think that the work being done is really well. I talked to Mr. Schwartz for a good 45 minutes on the phone last week. We went through all the items that Steve talked about. I talked to Mr. Eddy for a good 45 minutes on the phone. After I talked to Mr. Schwartz, I think I switched back to you guys a couple times and tried to get a feeling that there was some balance there. But at the end of the day, I want that net negative. I want to be able to say to you, all right, you're gonna put this transmission line in a scenic corridor, which defeats the whole purpose of the scenic corridor. That's ridiculous. How could we possibly justify that? Well, guess what? Along Broadway for 3 miles, those distribution lines with 15 things on there are going to go underground. And that's the trade. I want that trade-off. That's what I'm looking for. So that's why I'm open to executing this agreement, but I want to use it for leverage in future discussions about where we're going to put transmission lines versus where we're going to put distribution lines and how we're going to bury them. I know that the cost per to go underground is insane, but if you have a system where you're going to underground a substantial part of the system at once, there's some opportunity to save money. If you have an opportunity to go to a rooftop of a commercial area and channel underneath towards that from the street and bury 7, 8, 9 poles along a 1 mile stretch, I think that's a win. So I'm looking to do those things. Outside of all these other special agreements we have, which is the nuts and bolts piece, in the spiritual part, in the Quan part, I want the deal to be, hey, you get your transmission line, all right, but you get rid of these other ones, and we may get a better or some more sightly corridors in the city as a result. And so that's what I'm thinking about as I contemplate this. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to go back to something, Mayor, that you mentioned at the beginning, which is just understanding that in order to increase the capacity for the growing city for our environmental goals, this is really important. So I don't think TEP is just looking for funsies projects to do. I know this is really important. So I'm very supportive of us finding a mechanism to be able to support the growth that needs to happen, as well as the concerns that we've heard tonight. I had one clarification, Mayor, if I could ask from someone from TEP on the 25% change to 10%, and if there's any concerns over that with implementation that we should be aware of, since that is a change.
%, down to 10%. What that does is just likely restrict the size or the height of the pole, which means we're likely going to have to put more poles in on any given stretch because we've got certain clearances that we have to meet. If we're able to go up 25%, we could use fewer poles, have longer spans, and be able to meet those clearances that we've got under the National Electric Code. So it can be done, but likely what we're going to see is more poles within any given stretch of a line at that 10%.
Okay. Any others? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank and agree with and amplify the messages of the mayor and my colleague, Steve Kosicek, especially thanking the members of the Underground Coalition and other neighborhood people who were involved and didn't get paid for their time, put in a lot of time. And I know this because my wife was a member of that coalition, and I was in another room while she was on endless Zoom meetings with you. I'm proud to second this motion. I think my colleague, Councilmember Kosicek, has done very good work in finding a path to make this something that will work, knock on wood. And I know my wife and I both want to thank you for your work in this area. And that's all I wanted to say.
I guess my question for Councilmember Kosacek is that trade-off of having the 25 to 10% increase the number of polls because of the span and the distances that could be achieved with taller poles. I remember another council member that sat in the Ward 3 seat, Councilmember Ulick, that wanted taller in order for the visual element not to be more poles along a route. And so there's trade-offs in terms of the aesthetics. So I just wanted to kind of see if you felt comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it because it's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. These poles are gargantuan. They're not the distribution lines that Karen was talking about. These are you've seen them. Yeah. And so and if you look at the simulation on TEP's own website, the reason I felt, and I challenged the coalition on the 150 foot setback from the perpendicular. I said, that means they're going to be 300 feet apart. Can you really do that? And I went onto the simulation and saw these are like 500 or 600 feet apart. So, yeah, I don't want to say I'm comfortable with any of this, but I'm comfortable with the reduction to 10%.
I guess my question in terms of technical question, does this proposal to the UDC have, we usually, when we change UDC, we go back and after a year or after 24 months, we usually review, see what's happening. Does it have this included in here?
Mayor, that can certainly be direction from the mayor and council to come back and report to the mayor and council after a set time frame, a year, 18 months, 2 years, whatever it is, to report on, how many times has it been used, what have the results been, is it working or not. But the ordinance itself it does not include a sunset date. And one of the reasons we sometimes do that in code amendments is because of Prop 207 and the concern that if you do an amendment and you need to change it later, that you may run into Prop 207 concerns. I don't have that concern here because this is a special exception procedure. It isn't changing a sort of a by right provision of the zoning code, so I don't think it's necessary. But you can certainly give that direction for staff to report back after 12 months. And quite frankly, we'll come back sooner if there's clearly a problem with this procedure to say we need to fix it.
I think that if there are issues and problems, we're going to naturally come back. So I wouldn't make it part of the motion.
Yeah.
But I think it would be important for us to just monitor it. And if there are issues, problems that we're concerned about or stakeholders are concerned about, that we bring it whenever is necessary.
Yeah, and I agree. And the reality is we're going to see it in action pretty soon because they're chomping at the bit to go back to the DeMoss-Petrie alignment and start choosing segments to come through the special exception process. So we'll see it sooner than later.
So are we sure about on the width part, on the height and width? So we've got 150 on each side and the intersection that's in the middle,
That's
whatever
the
that
setback
is.
piece.
So that's like 600, that can be like 500-600 feet.
It's 300.
No, it's 150.
150 from each side is 300.
Right, plus what's in the intersection. That's 6 lanes.
Well, all right.
So-
yes, based on the simulation, it works.
It still works.
Yeah.
Even with the height?
Yeah.
All right, well.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this?
And so, Mayor, I'm just going to read through so we know everything that's going on and the movements and what the final ordinance would look like if you approve it. Sorry to interrupt. But I am also going to interject one other thing. The first 5 pages of the ordinance, which none of us really have talked about, are just the corrections to the use tables. And talking with staff earlier today, I think we mutually agree that those corrections actually add more confusion than clarity. And quite frankly, for a final version of the ordinance, we'd prefer just to take the use table changes out and just focus on the special exception process and where it's allowed and where it's not. And I think it's very clear in the ordinance if we do that. So with that, the motion, if approved, would adopt the ordinance as presented, but with the following changes: the elimination of the use tables, as I just described, the movement of subsections I, J, K, and L so that they'll be before the criteria and they will apply to each application, with subsection K revised to read, and I'm going to go ahead and read it as follows. In considering any request for a special exception, the zoning examiner shall take into consideration the impact of providing such an exception in historic areas located as defined by or listed in the National Register of Historic Places, Properties, or Districts, City of Tucson Historic Preservation Zones, City of Tucson Historic Landmarks, or Neighborhood Preservation Zones, within the specific Gateway Corridor Zone and scenic corridor zones in which the special exception is being requested. So that would be the new K. The subsection E would include the revision of the 25% to 10%. Subsection F would add the language that I read earlier with respect to the interference meaning that it's either technologically impossible or financially cost prohibitive. And subsection D, which was just discussed, would include the new setback with respect to the perpendicular crossings.
Alrighty, so that is the motion. There's a motion and the seconder feels comfortable with that motion. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Discussion has happened. I believe we need to go to roll call on this.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 11942 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you all so much for coming. Really appreciate your hard work on this. And we move on to item 9. Thank you.
Public hearing C8 22-03 UDC text amendments relating to electric vehicle EV readiness and individual parking plan eligibility continued from the meeting of April 19th, 2022, ordinance number 11922.
City Manager's Communication number 177 dated July 12th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and discussing amendments to 2 sections of the Unified Development Code related to commercial parking. These amendments are in response to Mayor and Council direction to develop policy that furthers the goals outlined in the EV Readiness Roadmap adopted April 2021. The amendments allow for the continuation of the expanded outdoor restaurant seating program and support the housing affordability strategy for Tucson. A representative from the Planning and Development Services Department will do a short presentation. So let's do the presentation and then we'll open up the public hearing.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. Since this is, my name is Corinne Manning, Planning Administrator for Planning and Development Services. Again, thank you for inviting me to speak. Since this is a continued hearing, we just wanted to provide a brief update on the additional outreach that has occurred since April 19th when Mayor and Council continued this item, and some of the feedback that we've received and how this proposal has evolved and been revised based on that public feedback. So as a reminder, and next slide, please. As a reminder, Mayor and Council opened this hearing on this proposed code amendment to create requirements for electric vehicle parking, electric vehicle infrastructure, and to make changes to the individual parking plan on April 19th. And that hearing followed a 10-month public outreach process and process of developing this code amendment that had already occurred. So that began with direction from Mayor and Council in June of 2021 to begin this process. At that time, Mayor and Council adopted a code amendment to our residential building code to require EV readiness. And so this was the natural extension and next step to require EV readiness on commercial sites, on multifamily development, retail, and other commercial uses. Subsequently, Mayor and Council also directed staff to create a permanent option for the expanded outdoor seating program that was introduced as a temporary COVID relief measure. So those items were combined into one code amendment. And following this Mayor and Council direction, staff engaged with stakeholders over the next 8 months, where we held numerous public meetings, sought feedback, and developed and refined a proposal. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this proposal in March of this year and had a unanimous recommendation to approve the proposed code amendment. So following that Planning Commission hearing, this came to Mayor and Council in April. At that time, Mayor and Council continued the item to allow for additional community dialogue and input based on feedback they were hearing that additional input could allow for some further refinement and improvements to this proposal. So next slide, please. That additional input occurred over the following month. So we held a number of meetings with stakeholders and members of the public. There was an in-person meeting held in May, as well as a virtual meeting. So we offered multiple formats to hear from a variety of voices. And these meetings were pretty well attended by representatives of our real estate development community, climate advocates, neighborhood representatives. We heard a lot of different perspectives and got very robust feedback at these meetings. We also participated in a meeting hosted by Ward 6, specific to the component of this proposal that relates to the individual parking plan, and got a lot of feedback at that as well. Next slide. So based on the input, we have made some refinements to the proposal. So again, as a reminder, this code amendment touches on two aspects of parking in Tucson. The first aspect is to create new standards for electric vehicle readiness, and this ties to the electric vehicle roadmap that was adopted by Mayor and Council in April of 2021. This is one of the action items that we're currently pursuing. So and I really just want to highlight kind of the updates since this proposal was last before you. So the major change is that we have rebalanced some of the requirements for EV parking, EV charging requirements in different use categories. And we've done this based on the feedback that we heard from stakeholders. As you can see, it might be a little small on your screen, but I think you have this in your materials as well. The kind of top line requirements for the different use categories of multifamily, office, and retail, those have not changed. In fact, you'll see there's even a slight increase in the retail category. But what we did is rebalance the specific components in each of those categories. So we're leaning more heavily on requirements for conduit, for the long-term infrastructure on sites rather than outlets. And this is based on feedback from stakeholders that who have concerns about some of the initial costs of development, and also brought up points about the current EV adoption rates in Tucson and how we could better tailor this to current adoption rates. So that's why you see a slight decrease in the required number of outlets, usable outlets or charging stations on these sites, and an increase in the amount of conduit. So really the time of construction is the time that it is most cost effective to install conduit, and this is our best opportunity at the time of construction to really future-proof these sites so that in the future, as additional vehicles come on the road and we see greater EV adoption, the conduit is there so that more outlets can be brought online very quickly in a more cost-effective way to provide additional EV charging. And I'll also talk more about some of the cost implications and some of the financial incentives to defray some of those costs in just a moment. So the other change that you see here is a new incentive for the installation of level 3 charging stations. This is something that was not previously a component of the proposal. And this is in recognition that level 3 chargers are much more powerful, are faster to charge, and this provides an incentive to lower the overall EV charging requirements, since every level 3 space would count for 3 spaces, 3 required EV charging spaces. Level 3 spaces can charge 5 to 10 times faster, so are able to serve the same number of vehicles in a shorter time frame. So those are really the two major changes since this was before you in April, the rebalancing of the requirements and this new incentive for level 3 chargers. On the next slide, you can see some of the more detailed recommendations that we received at the public meetings in April. We wanted to share more of the specific feedback that we heard. There was really two components of, or two major areas that we heard feedback from stakeholders on electric vehicle readiness. One was phasing, and the second was incentives. So what we heard on phasing was that there is a desire, since this is a new technology, there is a desire to be able to phase in these requirements over time. Given our EV adoption rates in Tucson right now of 1%, we want that to grow in the future. That is really one of the guiding principles of the EV roadmap, is to create a framework to spur greater EV adoption and create the conditions that will make it easier to make the switch to electric vehicles in Tucson. So we're designing this not just with today's usage in mind, but really thinking for the future. And so that's why the new proposal that you see is much more geared towards that long-term infrastructure of conduit. which again is less costly to install, but does allow for that long-term phasing and for the property manager or site owner to then be able to determine how to bring additional spaces online over time as they see greater adoption in their customer base or their residents, their tenants. So that was one of the major components of the feedback was greater emphasis on phasing, and that's something that we built into the revision that you see. Next slide. The other major area of feedback that we heard was for there to be incentives to help cover some of the costs, but also provide other incentives for this infrastructure. There were some suggestions around specific financial incentives for an in lieu fee and other incentives such as alternative locations and other ways, innovative ways to provide this infrastructure. Some of the incentives for financial incentives are outside of what we're looking at here in terms of a zoning change, but I do want to share more about the incentives available in our community through Tucson Electric Power, which will be on the next slide. But then I also want to just mention that some of these are suggestions that we want to look at in the future. As you just discussed with the previous code amendment, doing an evaluation after a year of adoption, that's something we definitely recommend in this situation as electric vehicle infrastructure and the technology is rapidly evolving. We think some of these suggestions could be things to consider in the future if we do see challenges in installing this infrastructure on specific sites or a need to provide alternative ways of addressing and providing EV infrastructure. At this point, though, we are not recommending these incentives or alternative options in order to ensure that the development that's happening today does include EV infrastructure on site. We think that new development is the easiest place to install EV infrastructure. The time of construction is the easiest time to install that infrastructure. Next slide. So just to provide some context around the financial incentives that are available today for electric vehicle infrastructure, Tucson Electric, while these are not within the purview of the city or our department, I think it's important to share this information with council and the public. TEP does provide significant financial incentives or rebates for the installation of electric charging infrastructure. So you can see here the rates of rebate, which is up to $4,500 per port for level 2 chargers for a workplace, up to $6,000 for multifamily. And that's also up to 75% of the project costs for workplaces and up to 85% of the project costs for multifamily. So we feel that these rebates and financial incentives in the community provide significant incentive for developers and would help defray some of those initial construction costs. Next slide. So what we have recommended, as this is a zoning ordinance and an incentive that was suggested by stakeholders that we think is very much in keeping with the spirit and goals of this code amendment, which are to increase access to electric vehicle charging, is to create an incentive for level 3 charging. That's the higher speed charging stations that can charge an electric vehicle in 30 minutes to an hour. So the proposal has been modified to specify that a level 3 charging station counts for 3 EV charging spaces. That creates an incentive to create those faster spaces and a higher level of infrastructure in our community. Next slide. So just to recap the revisions since April, based on the community input, those are to modify the percentages that would be required in different use categories, specifically in multifamily, reducing that to 5% outlets. It was previously 10%, and instead increasing the amount of conduit from 15% to 20%. So again, retaining the overall requirement of 25% on multifamily, but rebalancing a bit of the specific requirements for outlets versus conduit. In retail, the number of outlets was also reduced. There's still a requirement for 5% of the spaces to have charging stations. but the outlets was removed. And there was a requirement added for conduit. There previously was no requirement for conduit on retail sites, and we do believe that is important so that retail sites can continue to add EV spaces as demand increases. I also want to note that there is a proposed exception for retail uses that are under 100 spaces, and this is really to gear this proposal towards the larger retail establishments where people are likely to have to dwell or spend enough time there, 2 to 3 hours, to make EV charging worthwhile and a usable option. So as you can see, these are tiered, and these really are kind of stepped down based on where we see EV charging as most critical. And we know that the place most people want to charge is at their home. That's why this is really geared towards multifamily uses. Probably second would be their office or workplace, and lower on the list of priorities for most EV owners is a retail establishment. So that's why you see that focus in the percentages. So that's the major change, as well as the incentive for level 3 charging stations. The second component of this proposal on the next slide is a change to our individual parking plan. This is an existing tool in the city of Tucson to reduce parking requirements. This has been an option for some time. We've had this option for over a decade, and it's been heavily used or used by a number of different types of businesses. And this is being proposed as an avenue to expand or make permanent our temporary expanded restaurant and bar seating program that was done as a COVID relief measure. That's been a very successful program, and many restaurants and bars have utilized this as a way to stay afloat during the pandemic and continue to thrive. So this would allow restaurants and bars are not currently eligible to utilize the individual parking plan. This would allow restaurants and bars to do so moving forward, subject to the findings of an individual parking plan. It's a site-specific approval process, request and approval process. So every site is examined on a case-by-case basis, and applicants need to make a case for why their site can still serve their customers with fewer parking spaces. So the changes to this proposal since April, based on feedback that we were receiving and concerns about neighborhood involvement in these applications, was to require that any restaurant or bar, regardless of their distance to a residential zone, would hold a neighborhood meeting so that there is neighborhood input in these processes that can then be taken into account, can be addressed through conditions, site-specific conditions, and things like that. So that is one change, and to also update the trigger notice for public notice, or the trigger distance for public notice, from 300 feet to 400 feet. This is to make this more consistent with other elements of our code, but also it expands that distance so that more sites would be required to conduct a neighborhood meeting and ensure neighborhood involvement. All neighborhood meetings also trigger notice to the respective ward office, so it ensures that there is involvement and awareness from the ward office. Next slide, please. So that's a summary of the proposal. Just to quickly recap, the specific feedback we received on the individual parking plan in the additional outreach was we really heard from residents that they wanted more opportunity to engage with a site owner and the individual who was proposing an individual parking plan. That's why we made this suggestion around the additional requirement for neighborhood meetings. There was also concerns about the hours of bars and restaurants, which can be uses that intrude on a neighborhood in terms of noise, and those concerns. So we did want to clarify to Mayor and Council that the hours of a patio seating, the hours of outdoor seating, can be limited through an IPP application and that approval process. So that could be an element that is part of the approval. And then we also had a lot of questions and concerns about the options for protest or how to revoke an individual parking plan approval should there be a site that gets an approval and then raises concerns in the community. So I wanted to be sure to clarify that for any restaurant or bar, any use that's seeking an individual parking plan within 300 feet of a residential use, those sites go through a notice procedure that includes not just the neighborhood meeting that we mentioned, but also a public notice and public comment period, as well as the option to appeal that decision to mayor and council. So while it is an administrative decision made by the PDSD director, there is an appeal option to mayor and council. That applies to any restaurant or bar within 300 feet of a residential use, residential or more restrictive use. And then I also wanted to mention that the IPP approval can be revoked if those conditions are not met, and also would need to be reapplied for if there is a change of use on the site. Next slide. So, and then finally, I wanted to mention a one-year evaluation. This is something that was recommended by the Planning Commission, and we agree that given the rate of change with technology, especially with electric vehicles, it would be very appropriate and useful to evaluate this code amendment in approximately 12 months. That would give us a chance to look at whether there's been technology changes that need to be addressed in this ordinance, also look at things like the local EV adoption rates, look at how this has been utilized and the geographic distribution of where we're seeing EV infrastructure, also potentially do a survey of property owners to get more information about usage patterns and any issues with EV charging. And then also on the individual parking plan, review the impact of those changes as well, looking at the number of restaurants and bars utilizing this and surveying neighborhoods and property owners on the impact of this. In sum, we appreciate the additional outreach and the input that was received from all of the stakeholders and members of the public who participated. I think this proposal has greatly improved since it was first presented to Mayor and Council in April as a result of that feedback. And we think this is now a much more balanced proposal suited to Tucson's needs and goals for climate action, as well as affordable housing and community-driven economic development. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Corinne. Really appreciate it. What we'll do now is that we'll open the public hearing, allow for the public to comment. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. The first speaker that we have lined up is George Larson.
Good evening. George Larson, I live in the Midtown, and I'm not a paid speaker. I represent my company. We're a property management company in commercial real estate. And I thought it might be interesting if the board knew that about a year ago, a division of Tesla came to us and said at a shopping center we manage at Orange Grove and Thornydale in the city, that they would put in 5 or 6 charging stations at no cost to us. And as I thought about that, and then as Priscilla asked me to come over and speak a little bit about what this might do, I thought that maybe that this is sort of a tax on the 99% or so people that do not own electric cars, and that you might want to take a lighter touch and see if the market couldn't do it. We're all supportive of giving the infrastructure to electric cars. That's not the question. The question is, what is the cost? Because developers are going to have to reflect that in the rent or in the cost of goods or in the cost of a home. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Welcome. Our next speaker is Bill DuPont, and remember this public hearing is for the EV roadmap as well as the IPP, so it's going to be moving around in terms of the topic.
Correct. My name is Bill DuPont. I'm a city resident, and I've been before mayor and council for almost 50 years now. So my concern is with the IPP change. As you all know, I was on the liquor board for almost 13 years, and I know some of you weren't happy with my decisions, but what happened in the end of a 10-year study by the Attorney General's office is that our board found 50-50%, 50% denials, 50% of approvals. So we were a fair team regardless of what one thinks. My concern with the IPP is that you are going to force parking into neighborhoods. I've called Chief Kazmar and have discussed this issue with him. He wasn't aware of any of these changes. He wanted to know what the IPP was. So not including the police department in this change is a major mistake because they are to be asked input when an application is put forth. So I want to make that clear. And the other thing I asked Chief about was at the end of the application for an extension of premises, it states, it is not the responsibility of the police department or the planning department to ensure that necessary compliance with these guidelines occurs. What does that mean? And when I asked that Steve host a meeting, and I had the Department of Liquor License and Control, Sergeant Rias Williams, to discuss this issue, she said this was a major concern. This is at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. What a liquor license allows is a person to serve and sell from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., and then the person that purchases something at 2 a.m. has the right to finish that drink until 2:30, which means most of these places close at 3 in the morning. I understand what you're trying to do, but there's many, many issues here. Are you going to have to bring up all these restaurants that apply for this up to code so that they meet the code with having the correct amount of restaurants? Who's going to inspect this? Because right now, we have a lack of inspectors. People are building without permits because they can't get an inspection. That's just a fact. Until you can resolve these issues that I've raised, why are you doing this? This has nothing to do with the future in EV. I'm not discussing EV. I am concerned about the extra cost to those people that we heard from earlier in this meetings about the inability to meet their rent and being evicted. You're just adding to a cost. You don't know who you're going to impact at this point in time. I saw that you were concerned at a liquor license about how it's impact into a neighborhood. You have that concern, but now you're going to change that these things are going to be allowed to further impact the neighborhood at a greater amount and a longer range of time. I saw that a liquor license was withdrawn this evening, and that liquor license was rejected just a year ago. And it cost that applicant just his time, but the person who protested, he had to pay for an attorney. He had to go before the mayor and council. He had to get all the right paperwork. How do I know? Because I assisted that attorney. I also was the one that fought for the legislature to stop removing the ability to fight and protest. What did that take? It just took getting some of these attorneys who represent applicants going, you're going to have less cases now because who's going to be protesting? So I'm asking you to separate this. This should have never been brought together. These are two different issues. COVID created a situation. We're still not out of COVID. How are these people going to cool their patios? We have a shortage of water. Are you going to restrict the misters? There are many issues here that haven't been brought forward. Am I a little angry about this? Yes. Because when I was on the liquor board, many people felt because I voted for something, I was wrong. But the difference is, mayor and council, I can say whatever I want to. When you were in front of the liquor board, you were under oath, and you were reminded by the Attorney General's office you would be prosecuted. There is a major difference there. So I want you to reconsider this. It really shouldn't be with this change of ordinance. If you want EVs, fine, but it has nothing to do with bars and restaurants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DuPont. Colette Altifer.
Good evening. I'm Colette Altaffer. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm not a paid speaker. I'm here to address the individual parking plan portion of this proposed ordinance. They say the devil is in the details. An examination of those details reveals that this IPP ordinance is a classic bait and switch. Staff has told you that 42 sites have applied for an IPP since 2009 with no complaints. What they did not tell you is that none of those sites is a standalone bar or restaurant that serves alcohol until 2 a.m. That is like comparing apples to Brussels sprouts. It is completely useless information that has no bearing on what you are considering tonight. Every PowerPoint and memo that staff has presented has made this parking issue about COVID, health and safety, and the need for the extension of premises. What they did not tell you is that the proposed code language contains no language that limits the parking reductions to an extension of premises. That means this ordinance has absolutely nothing to do with the health or safety concerns related to COVID. It does mean that it poses a greater threat to the health and safety of residents as drunken behavior is pushed into residential areas by these parking reductions. In various memos and PowerPoint presentations, staff repeatedly references the 21 establishments that participated in the temporary extension of premises program. But given the conflicting information we were already seeing, it prompted us to examine those 21 establishments. We used information from PDSD's Pro site and Pima County's pictometry to verify the information. Staff continually presented a chart of 21 establishments, but we counted only 18 on that chart. Of those 18, 12 appear to have an active outside patio, but 8 of those show incomplete or no permit information. One of those establishments completely eliminated their on-site parking for a patio, but the staff report referred to that parking lot as quote-unquote unused area. Of the remaining 6, 4 actually have no patio, and a 5th one reduced their patio by half over a year ago. According to employees, that remaining half has not been used for a year. The 6th one has a very dodgy-looking patio with no furniture and no permit. 2 have complaints filed for excessive noise or parking spillover into the adjoining neighborhood. 6 of those 18 already had an outside patio or area years before COVID hit. There is much more questionable information, but you probably get the picture. If you were given a contract with this many conflicting issues and you signed it, you would probably be seen as incompetent. So why would you want to pass an ordinance based on questionable and contradictory information? If you want to pass the EV ordinance, go ahead. But before you do, remove the IPP and send it back through a new process, one that is open, honest, transparent, and equitable. The citizens of this community deserve better than this. Thank you.
Garrett Weaver?
Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. My name is Garrett Weaver. I live in the city. I'm here to represent myself, and I am not paid to speak. I speak here in favor of our proposed EV readiness code amendments. Climate change is threatening our water supply, raising temperatures and raising costs for residents and businesses. America is standing up to the challenge of this existential threat by electrifying personal transportation. Infrastructure is needed to support this transition because it will happen within the life cycle of buildings constructed today. KPMG's 22nd annual Global Automotive Executive Survey found that, on average, auto industry leaders expect 52% of cars sold in 2030 to be electric. Furthermore, Exxon CEO Darren Woods said in a recent CNNBC interview that by 2040, every passenger car sold in the US will be electric. Some say that the EV readiness code updates go too far. The data says that EV readiness updates will be woefully inadequate for the future. Regardless, this is a step in the right direction, and as a community, we should take this step. This is going to be a difficult vote There is strong interest in reducing short-term costs at the expense of total life cycle costs. It will be much cheaper to install conduit today than it will be to retrofit after construction. A yes vote will support the long-term future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. You still had 3 minutes. I just wanted to let you know. I don't know why that happened. Thank you. Yes, we did. Thank you. Alexa Scholl.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alexa Scholl. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Tucson Metro Chamber, and I'm also a resident of Ward 1. Thank you for having us this evening. And first, I want to say that the Chamber is very appreciative of the opportunity we've had in the past few months to have stakeholder input into this process. We participated in the stakeholder input process, and based on the feedback we received from our members and also heard from other stakeholders, we are disappointed in the changes that were presented. We strongly feel that the amendments need to focus only on conduit at this point and not require outlets or stations. This really would allow time for the EV market in Tucson to mature and to grow, while also preparing for that growth by installing conduit at this time, especially considering that the EV market demand currently in Tucson is only at about 1%. And over half of those vehicles, additionally at this time, are Teslas, which have proprietary charging. So even requiring stations at this time, they wouldn't be available for use for over half of the EV owners in the community. The council should adopt the EV infrastructure percentages for conduit, outlet, and stations as presented by the industry stakeholders during this process this last couple months. There also needs to be flexibility built into the ordinance. Corin mentioned some of the flexibility that we would like to see, and we'd like to see that implemented now, not in a year. That includes an in lieu of fee, allowing developers to pay a fee to the city for the city to install EV infrastructure where it makes sense across the city, not just at or near new developments. Also looking at a location alternative to allow developers to install EV charging infrastructure that would be required at their new development, at an existing development that they own or at the permission of the property owner. These examples would provide flexibility for developers, but also disperse EV charging across the wards, not just concentrated in and around new developments. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that the proposed requirements will also increase the cost of building new multifamily units, further exacerbating our affordable housing crisis. The Tucson Metro Chamber encourages the council to take a pragmatic approach to requiring EV charging infrastructure to ensure that the requirements don't outpace the current and projected EV demand for Tucson and balance the requirements with the rising costs of construction and housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scholl. Robert Bulashek.
Mayor Romero, council members, my name is Robert Bulachek, representing myself. I am a Tucson resident in Ward 3. I have been driving electric vehicles for 7 years. We are in the midst of a technology transition from legacy, expensive, and polluting fossil vehicles to clean and affordable electric vehicles powered by ever-increasing renewable energy. In a November 21 study, the accounting firm KPMG surveyed 1,100 current legacy automobile executives. The consensus was that within 8 years, 50% of new U.S. automobile sales will be electric. Any parking resource built today will long outlast the transition. Charging infrastructure is much easier and less expensive to install if it is done during new construction. If we plan appropriately for the future, we can save millions of dollars in retrofit costs. Those people and organizations that look backward at only the polluting legacy vehicles of the past do not do themselves nor the city any public service. One criticism I have of the ordinance as proposed is the exemption for commercial lots with less than 100 spaces. In a recent stakeholder meeting, city staff stated that with the 100 space exemption, only 3 out of 25 projects in 2021 would have received charging infrastructure. If you're going to have an exemption that guts the commercial infrastructure policy, then you have no commercial infrastructure policy. Small business customers, employees need infrastructure too. For the half of Tucson residents that don't own their own garage or carport, and so don't have access to convenient and inexpensive charging at home, access to workplace and multifamily charging removes an enormous barrier to EV adoption. The split incentive between renters and property owners means that there is currently a market failure with rental property and employee access to charging. In the not too distant future, I expect that EV charging will be seen as a normal apartment amenity like a pool or barbecue grill. Until that happens, renters need help getting equitable access to this new clean transportation. Please help them. And while you're at it, could you move more quickly to electrify the city's fleet and bus system? The city of Tucson needs clean vehicles too. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about charging our electric vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Bulichek. Really appreciate it. Jim Toffel?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Toffel. I live in the city of Tucson, and I am not paid. I represent my company, which is Toffel Dent Construction. We're multifamily builders specializing in affordable housing. I'm also the chair of the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development for the city. We have a couple of other commission members here with us today. So first of all, for the parking amendment, it's the commission strongly supports this for affordable housing. It's not just about reducing parking counts, it's about increasing density. As an example, the project that we recently finished on Prince in Fort Lowell, Newport at Amphi, if that amendment had been in place when we started that project, we would have been able to build 8 more apartments, 8 more affordable apartments on that site. So it's really about increasing density and increasing the amount of affordable housing on sites that are specific to that. In terms of the EV charging, the only thing I'll say is because affordable sites don't have as much of a need for parking, the way the code reads is a 3-bedroom apartment has to have 2.5 parking spaces. A 2-bedroom apartment has to have 2 parking spaces, and a 1-bedroom apartment has to have 1.5 parking spaces. So typically on affordable projects, if you look at them at night, their parking lots are maybe half full. So tenants don't have as many cars, and so that's what I think is a win for the parking amendment. But as that relates to the EV charging, I don't know, it would be nice to have a waiver in place for affordable. We need to do everything we can do. As I listened to some of the speakers earlier today, we need to do everything we can do to keep the costs down on new affordable housing projects. And I think that the charging stations will go unused, at least in the short term. For the market rate projects, most of the people that we're working with are putting in infrastructure right now. They understand where the market is going. And right now our occupancies in Tucson are at 97% as a city. And that's part of the reason why it's so hard to find apartments and rents are going up so fast. So if we could do things that will get more housing built, then everything else I think will work itself out, and the laws of supply and demand will come into effect, and developers will need to have those charging stations in place to attract renters. Right now everybody's just looking for a place to live, but that's not always going to be the case. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toffel, and thank you for your service in our Affordable Housing and Development Commission. Ben Bueller Garcia.
It sure is nice to be able to talk to each other face to face again. I want to start with that. Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the City Council, my name is Ben Bueller Garcia. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Arizona Multi-Housing Association. We're the largest association in the state of Arizona representing developers, owners, and managers of multifamily properties. I hope I'm not the only one upon whom the irony of tonight's discussion has been lost. We talked about the passion of these young people who are here talking about housing affordability. They've all gone home. And here we are talking about raising the cost of building housing. Now, economic laws are more flexible than the laws of physics, but they're called laws for a reason. You can fiddle with them a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's pretty predictable what's going to happen. Nationally, already, rules and regulations account for more than 40% of the cost of building new affordable housing. You won't get more housing by increasing the cost of building housing. As Mr. Toffel talked about, the law of supply and demand applies here. As demand is high, the prices are going to be high. As supply increases, the prices tend to be reduced. These are precisely the items that Governor Polis of Colorado mentioned in his letter when he vetoed legislation proposed to him that would do the exact same thing that you're considering here tonight. We're in the middle of an affordable housing crisis. EV technology is changing rapidly, sometimes in a matter of months. This is not the right time to do this. Now, this is not a zero-sum game. We're very grateful to you for allowing more time for our experts and stakeholders to interact with staff and look at this ordinance and see what we can do. And we honestly believe the 7 very reasonable proposals we communicated to your office and to staff keep us on the path towards EV adoption and mitigate the likelihood of suppressing the additional construction that we desperately need for the crisis here in Tucson. That was a little spooky. So coming back to the law of supply and demand, I just have to share that this does not have to be a zero-sum game. When I purchased a home in Tucson in 1994, I immediately installed both rainwater harvesting and gray water harvesting. Not because the city asked me to or required me to. We live in a desert. It was a good idea. I'm going to save money. I'm going to help the desert. It was a good idea. 12 years ago, the city passed an ordinance requiring a gray water stub out in all new home construction in Tucson. A couple of months ago, your staff came back to you with an audit, and it was shocking. Of the 500 people they surveyed, 28 were using their gray water stub. All of us paid the costs and the costs of new home, on average of $800 increase in the cost of every new home in Tucson. More than 28, but very few people were using it, but all of us paid the cost. There's a cautionary tale there for you in this. I encourage you again to please consider the recommendations we're asking for tonight to mitigate the cost to the development community and to our community as a whole and still keep us on the path towards EV adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. David Giebert, I think it is.
Very good, thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is David Giebert. I've been a Tucson resident since '75, and I've been a member of the Tucson Electric Vehicle Association since 2010. I've totally changed with listening to the short-term advocacy of the builders and the property managers.
Mr. Giebert, could you get closer to the mic?
I've totally changed my my point of view of what I was going to talk about after listening to the property managers and builders. They seem to be going for a short-term advocacy, and that's not exactly what this ordinance is about. This ordinance is for buildings that are going to last 20 to 50 years, and we want to have stuff put in the beginning when it's cheap, not later on when it may cost 5 to 10 times as much. And this is a very small step forward in the advocacy of electric vehicles. Right now, most electric vehicle owners are homeowners. They can charge by plugging in there. And people in multifamily housing have very little opportunity. And the opportunity for them would be where they work and where they live. And that's the big thing, is opening the opportunity for people who can't charge at home. I guess that's it. Lost the rest of my train of thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gebert. Priscilla Storm?
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Priscilla Storm. I work for Diamond Ventures. I'm here as part of the stakeholder group of commercial real estate and commercial developers. I do not live in the city of Tucson, and I'm not a paid speaker to be here. One of the things that I would like to do before my remarks, I think we're all familiar with this. You guys have, this has been plastered a lot of places in terms of your EV readiness strategy. If you look at where we are today, which would be within 1 to 2 years, there are 7 bullet points. Pursue electrification of cities' transit, install EV charging stations for city fleet, encourage EV adoption by city employees, allow right-of-way locations for EV charging installations. The 5th point is the one that's relevant to what we're doing tonight. Provide incentives and then mandates for charging infrastructure in new developments. Support public charging station installation and recognize local businesses with workplace charging. I thought it was interesting the way that 5th bullet point was worded, that it specifically talked about incentives before mandates for new developments. We really do appreciate the continuance. In April, there has been a lot of dialogue and input about 35 commercial stakeholders that are directly impacted by this ordinance and will bear the cost of it, participated in providing that feedback. But quite frankly, there were requests for information, clarifications, and questions that were submitted prior to the April hearing, some in March, and those the stakeholders still have not received responses from. So it has been a lengthy process, but I've been involved in a lot of stakeholder processes in the city. And this one really wasn't as responsive as many of the other ones have been. The developers asked questions like, how is a mixed-use development requirements going to be calculated? Will a certificate of occupancy be granted if we're waiting because of the supply chain interruptions for electronic components at EV charging stations? When we have a $20 million construction loan with $50,000 a month in interest and we're waiting for a certificate of occupancy, but the EV charging infrastructure has not yet arrived. Very basic questions that were consistent with wanting to do the right thing. And a lot of those questions, most of them still have not been answered. So I think we've made progress in the process, but we are not there yet. So I don't know whether it's possible to have a very short continuance to work through some of the things that have been brought up, like what is the right number of parking spaces in retail for the requirement of infrastructure, those kinds of things. The commercial development community supports it. I think we're talking about what's mandated, and actually the recommendations of the commercial development community increased the amount of conduit infrastructure over what was recommended by staff. If you are compelled to adopt something tonight, I would ask you to adopt the table that is from the commercial stakeholders that has a significant investment in conduit, knowing that we still need to work through some of the details on the charging stations, and the outlets. It's not a, I think there's agreement on the what, there's not agreement on the how. And I think for the first time, the commercial stakeholders are really wanting to come alongside and partner with the city to find the right solutions. I've been involved in stakeholder processes where we're on opposing sides. This isn't one of them. There's a significant amount of valuable input and expertise that the commercial stakeholders would like to bring to the table. And I just don't feel that the process and the ability to make an informed decision tonight, we're not quite there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Storm. Jason Wong.
Honorable Romero, honorable council members, thank you for allowing me to present to you tonight. I'm Jason Wong. I do not live in the city. I own multiple properties in the city. I am the Southern Arizona CCIM chapter, a group of property owners and developers, and I'm not a paid speaker. First, I'd like to thank the EV committee, Corinne, Daniel, and Acacia. Thank you very much, and their staff for all their help. Their work is always difficult. As with all changes, the question of when should a change happen or what should a change be is always debated. You have early adapters who are enthusiastic, and you have people who say, I'm not going to change regardless of the technology. Tonight, we have a mix of enthusiasm from the city and hesitation from property owners and developers. The hesitation is warranted because the technology is changing quickly. The industry has not been fully developed yet. In case of EV cars, the automakers are rushing to grab their market share. As the automakers compete, new changes will occur. There will be new types of batteries, improved charging stations, and other ideas that we are not even aware of will appear on the drawing board. Because of the fast-changing market and the technology, it's difficult to predict what should the EV readiness be. The numerous gas stations in town, they're not going to disappear. They're not going to go the way of the buggy whip. They're going to adapt and they're going to innovate. They may be giving you, instead of a fill-up of gasoline, a replacement battery. You could maybe drive in and in 10 minutes get a battery replaced. They're going to, or if you have to charge your car, they're going to offer you a 15 or 30-minute service for food or other items that you may want. Other providers that will surprise us will come into the market to service the EV cars. Rest assured, the services will be provided because when there's a demand, the marketplace will fill that demand. With the knowledge that EV technology is changing, the services for charging, new batteries for cars will create competition. The proposals put forth tonight may not be relevant within 2 years or in 3 years. It's changing that quickly. We have good intentions from the city and the staff, but sometimes good intention isn't what we really need. The best way to allow or to determine what needs to be provided is by market. Market is the best way to determine. If there's a need, the property owners and the developers will not sit by idly and not provide the need for that particular service. When the demand is large enough, TEP, ChargePoint, and others will step in to fill that need. QT will become QC for quick charge. Circle K will become Circuit K. Third-party vendors will step in. George Larson pointed out Tesla spent $600,000 to put in 12 charging stations at his project. They're going around town asking for other property owners to allow them to do that. The market demand and the market forces are the best way to ensure cost effectiveness and fairness to use the resources equitably. We don't want to go and spend money needlessly as developers and property owners. We understand if we don't provide the service required by the user, we're out of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Benjamin Need.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and city clerks and employees, managers. My name is Ben Need. I'm not a paid speaker, although I work in the radio, but I'm not a paid speaker tonight. I'm an EV owner. Actually, I've lived in Tucson for 39 years, worked with the U of A for 34. I have been running the EV Tucson email list for the last 10 years, collaborated with Tucson Electric Vehicle Association with several years, and I've been an EV owner for 7. My little car is cheap. It was used, and I bought it for $8,000. I get 112 miles per gallon equivalent by the EPA for this car. It cost me 4 cents a mile to drive. I have people at my workplace who are insanely jealous that I'm able to drive around so cheaply. So yeah, I think low-income people, people that are living in multifamily housing, are going to really appreciate these cars. They will be available. They are coming. They're being manufactured in great quantities now. All the major automakers have an EV program. Some have announced they are not going to be making gasoline cars in another 10 years or even less. Yeah, I fully support the EV ready building codes that have been proposed. I know the realtors have concern about cost. I think it's being a little blown out of proportion. It is not that much extra money as has been pointed out already, to put the conduit in and have it ready in construction. Much more expensive to do it later as a retrofit. Technology is not changing, folks. I'm sorry, it's not changing like you think it is. We've had 120 volt electricity in our houses for over 100 years. The design of the outlet has not changed all that much. You can still take a 1920s fan and plug it into a 2020 outlet, and it'll still work. The standard that is on all American, actually international standard, but in America, is the J1772. It's the little plug that you see every time you plug in that level 2 or level 1 120 volt outlet at home. That's an industry standard. That's never going to change. That's going to be with us for the next 80 years probably. I wouldn't get too worried about batteries because that's in the car. That's not part of anything that you're going to be putting in your construction. The cars will change. They'll get better. The batteries will get better. But the interconnectivity is all industry standard stuff. There's movement in the high-speed charging. The level 3 plugs, they are changing. There is talk. Some of us have been talking with ADOT lately. They are putting in a massive amount of infrastructure across the state, along the interstate. Something like 53 chargers have been proposed currently. They're spending $76 million to do this. It's money that had come from the infrastructure package that was passed last fall. This is all coming very quickly. You're going to have manufacturers making these cars in great quantities. The price is coming down. I got mine used and cheap. The same car that I have will have a bigger battery in 5 years. It'll be less expensive new. Used prices are going to be phenomenally low, very much in the league of what we see with the inexpensive gasoline cars, economy cars that low-income people typically buy. And again, I have one of those, but it's electric, and it costs me about 1/5 as much to drive. No, we need to modernize, and we're all doing this. To paraphrase James Carville, it's the climate, stupid. We've got to do this, and if you're looking at a building that you're worried about, what it's going to cost next year to build, think about in 10 years. If it's 130 degrees in October, how many people are going to want to move here and rent a house or an apartment? You need this. You need to think about the future. That's really all I can say. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Need. I think it's Brian Stevenson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I would like to first commend Tucson City Development Services staff for their hard work on this. I feel ambivalent about this EV readiness roadmap, and I guess I would mildly urge you against changes to the individual parking plan. I'm here on the basis of eliminating mandatory off-street parking minimums, and I've prepared my statement to back that up. So I feel vindicated by the July 4th web post by local community nonprofit Living Streets Alliance, who eloquently acknowledged how EV preparedness merely maintains the status quo. They pointed out that whether you prefer gas or electric, it makes little difference to the infrastructure required by automobiles or the havoc that they wreak on cities through inefficient land use and undermining public health and municipal budgets. A tiny fraction of our total parking supply generates the rents necessary to offset those costs in construction and maintenance, and forget their consequent externalities. With 8 parking spaces per registered vehicle in the United States, parking lots remain empty 75% of the time, while single-family garages are repurposed as miniature Amazon warehouses. Thus, the oversupply of parking creates barriers by increasing the distance between places people need to go. And the amount of infrastructure necessary to accommodate single occupancy vehicles is not limited to parking spaces. A two-way protected bike lane can move up to 7,500 people per hour compared to a maximum of 1,600 cars in the same area of roadway. Subsidized parking translates to sprawl, and sprawl increases drive times and myriad health consequences. The timely release of today of Smart Growth America's annual report, Dangerous by Design, highlights the public health crisis that is the design of our nation's streets, a design primarily to move cars quickly at the expense of keeping everyone safe. The result of that study is that in 2020 and 2021, there was a significant increase in all traffic fatalities, even with less driving overall. Tucson and Arizona rank 13th and 4th, respectively, among the nation's most deadly metro areas and states for pedestrians. The reality is bleaker from an equity lens, as our BIPOC and low-income communities bear outsized risk of being struck and killed while walking. These issues stack with parking subsidies and other consequent externalities to stress municipal budgets. They increase stormwater runoff and contaminant loads for freshwater systems, increasing pollution and flood risk. Such hydrological impacts could include increased flooding of downstream locations, increased water flow, for which could lead to increased sedimentation in streams and rivers, and larger non-point pollution loads, and they can contribute to the urban heat island effect and have no value to biodiversity. On an economic and environmental basis, this land use and land cover comes at an opportunity cost of building more housing and green infrastructure. However, while taxpayer revenue might be expendable, could you argue the same for their wealth? Because no commercial or residential real estate developer will bear the cost of mandatory minimum parking requirements, the check for the true cost of parking is eventually picked up by your citizens in the price of rent and groceries, whether they own and drive a car or not. This is simply unjust. But let's not mistake the lack of choice for demand. To find an alternative development model to this scourge of a land use pattern, we need look no further than neighboring Tempe to see the nation's first modern car-free neighborhood being built. A new infill neighborhood is trading the status quo lifestyle and necessary road and parking for public options like light rail, streetcar, and bike path networks. Over 50% of landscape space with more trees and permeable hardscape, no asphalt anywhere. private patios connected to semi-private courtyards, paseos leading to a retail plaza occupied by local businesses, community events, a food truck park, and concerts. And I'll just point here to some different market saturation statistics from the other gentlemen's on electric vehicles. According to Deloitte, between 2020 and 2023, more than 130 million e-bikes are expected to be sold. And in 2023, e-bike sales are expected to top 40 million units worldwide, generating $20 billion in revenue. To put this in context, only a tenth of that will be electric vehicles, that is cars and trucks. So I would like to end here with a proposal that the mayor and council create a motion to direct our city manager to work with Park Tucson and the GIS department to develop a comprehensive parking inventory to understand the total market supply of parking in Tucson, including all on-street, off-street structured, and off-street surface parking. This method to date, the method of such a parking inventory can be reviewed in the only such comprehensive study in the nation to date titled Quantified Parking. I'll end there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. That was the last card that I had for this public hearing. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance number 11922 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11922 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 3.3, 7.4, and 11.4, and setting an effective date.
So what I'm going to do at the request of my colleagues on the council is that we consider a motion to adopt the revised proposal separately, so that we consider both the IPP separate from the EV proposal. And do we need a motion to separate the items, Mr. Rankin?
Mayor, I don't think you need to. I think you can engage in your discussions, and then where you end up, we will adjust the ordinance accordingly.
Okay, great, because I too believe that these are two separate items and we should consider them separately. And so what I would like to start with is that if we don't need a motion to separate the two items, then just have the conversation on EV readiness, have a motion, move on that, and then move on to the IPP separately. You know, I wanted to start the conversation on EV readiness just so that we can talk about how these conversations have been initiated, right? Last summer, Mayor and Council directed staff to initiate the process to develop an EV readiness requirement for multifamily and commercial buildings. This process has been long. We've spent an entire year engaging the community. We had a very similar process for any new development for single-family residential. Received a lot of input from stakeholders, and ultimately it passed unanimously by the mayor and council, supported by the development community for single-family residential. Since then, we have had 10 different meetings to discuss this item. In April, because of input from stakeholders and the development community, we wanted to further slow the process down, allow for additional input, and because of the input, we have an updated proposal brought to us by Planning and Development Services. The new proposal generally focuses on having much more conduit. This will allow the city of Tucson to be ready for anticipated growth and EV ownership while keeping current costs low. So building conduits is cheaper, and building outlets is cheaper than charging stations. So avoiding expensive retrofits in the future and remaining flexible as EV technology changes. So the updated proposal and even the previous proposal didn't require any stations to be built in multifamily. That still remains the case. 0% of the requirement is to build stations. That's for multifamily and for office. Retail, the retail proposal does have requirements to build stations, but that would be 5% of the requirement. Everything else, which is a 15% proposal, 10% of it would be outlets. And talking about incentives, the installation of a level 3 charging station in retail would count towards eliminating 3 parking spaces towards required EV in any use. So that is on top of already available TEP incentives that range anywhere from 6,000, if I'm correct, and I'll ask Corin to come in and clarify the incentives, to anywhere to $25,000 for stations that TEP offers the development community to build anywhere from conduits to outlets to stations. So I just wanted to bring all of this because I think Mr. Stevenson, our last speaker, mentioned the overparked, how overparked we are as a community. And some are conflating affordability with these requirements. Parking, especially when you're building density, if you're building density through our corridors in the city of Tucson, you're going up. Parking is very, very expensive. If you ask any developer that's building density along the streetcar line that needs to build parking spaces in a garage, those garage parking spaces can run you up to $25,000 to $30,000, and with the inflation, even $40,000 each. So parking is very, very expensive. And so that is something that we are looking at in terms of affordability and creating access to EV readiness for development, especially to create density in the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to open by saying that it is much more expensive to retrofit than to be prepared for the future that is fastly coming. And we want to move this future forward as quickly as we possibly can. Because we don't have time to waste. I don't know if any of you were here at our study session, but because of climate change, we are in a place within our water resources, not just in Tucson, but in the entire state of Arizona and in the West, that is highly worrisome. That's not a future concern. That is a concern that we're living through right now. And so this is something that I feel we need to act on, that the community believes in, and that has gone through a process that is fair, that has been changed because of input from stakeholders, and I believe we need to move forward tonight. With that, I'd like to open the discussion to my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you. I am going to make a motion on the EV. We're not doing this for market concerns. We're doing this because we're in a climate crisis that is astronomically expensive. The cost of these things are infinitesimal compared to the impacts that we're facing now and will continue to face. I want to praise the mayor and the council before me, who in April 2021, created this EV roadmap, which didn't have this 2 years down the road. It had us discussing this in 6 months. We should have done this by October of last year. We are behind the time in this. I think the proposal is kind of anemic, but I'm willing to support it, give it a year's chance, and I think in a year we will strengthen it because electric cars are coming. They are going to be an important part of our solution because we can run them on non-fossil fuel electricity. We have to do that to have a sustainable society in the West. So I would propose that we do the latest version that's come from staff, thank you staff, with 2 minor tweaks. Multifamily units don't have enough outlets. The difference between conduit and outlet is an outlet can be immediately used. I have a hybrid electric vehicle and I exclusively use a 120 outlet to plug in and charge overnight. It serves me very well. I don't need a fast charging station and many cars can do this. So rather than 5%, I would add another 5% to make 10% on multifamily units. And that's where people live and it's the most convenient thing to charge overnight. The exemption level of 100 parking lots seems to me to be hugely excessive. When staff analyzed how this would affect projects if it had applied to last year, there was only 2 projects that this would have affected. If we bring it down to 50, which is what I propose, it would have added 4 more projects that would have had to do this EV readiness. So I think we need to do at least that much. So again, I move that we adopt the recommendations on EV readiness from staff with two minor changes, 5% more outlets to the multifamily units, and reduce the parking lot exemption from 100 to 50 in the retail area. Thank you.
So there is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And just to clarify, this is the piece of ordinance 11922 that changes the UDC for electric vehicle readiness, correct? Mr. Rankin?
That's correct with the additional changes that were
With
read
the
by
additional
Councilmember.
changes as motioned by Councilmember Dahl. And any further discussion? Councilmember
Just a
Kasache.
clarification, you are proposing to increase outlets for multifamily from 5 to 10%. Are you then decreasing conduit from 20 to 15?
No.
Okay. And we actually have a third part of this is affordable housing. Whereas, we've talked about IPP and EV. Where's the affordable housing? We're not talking about that.
Ms. Manning, I just want to make sure that to clarify where exactly where we are
Yes.
with the affordable.
Honorable Mayor and Council, apologies for not clarifying that earlier because I really just was discussing revisions to the proposal, and we actually did not make any revisions to the proposal around affordable housing, but that is in the individual parking plan component of the proposal, not the EV, because it would make affordable housing developments eligible to use the individual parking plan to lower their parking requirements. So I believe that would be the second part of your discussion on this motion.
Well, that's not the same as an IPP either. So, well, we'll get to that one.
I think we can clarify on the IPP for affordable housing. Any others? Councilwoman Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all of the input tonight because this is a really hard conversation because I agree with pretty much everything everyone said out there. Garrett, I'm with you. This is something we have to be thinking about its future. We have to get here. The piece that I'm really concerned about is being too prescriptive in the charging stations, the outlets and whatnot with technology. The conduit I'm on board with, but the thing that's really getting me right now is it just doesn't feel like we're aligned as the multiple stakeholders. And that's the piece that I can't quite get over. It feels like, and I hear what you're saying about the timing, but it feels like if we had another 90 days or something, we might find that. It sounds like we're on the cusp because it sounds like industry understands that this is coming and is ready for this and wants to be a part of the conversation. And to me, it just feels like if we had a smidge more time, we could get full alignment. So that's really my concern with what's in front of us today. So I just wanted to share some of those thoughts, and if I end up not going for it, that's the reason why. I fully am aligned with us needing to get here and have the infrastructure in place, but it just feels like we're so close to having better alignment across the stakeholder group, and we're just not there. So those are my thoughts, Mayor.
Thank you. Others, Councilmember Cunningham.
I like coming down to 50. I really think that was pretty important for me. I think that is one piece that's missing. I'm not sure about the EV prescription. Still kind of bothered by that. I'd rather see the EV prescription. I want some. I think there's a couple things I'm missing. I'm missing whether or not they're pay ones or not pay ones. I'm missing whether or not there's an ROI on pay ones. I'm missing the third party piece. So the EV piece, I'm just having some trouble with. Everything else is cool. I'm all about the conduit. I think putting some outlets into some for new multi-housing projects probably makes sense. I think coming down to 50 makes sense. But the EV piece for the 5, I almost think it's overkill.
You mean the outlets?
The
Yeah,
actual towers, the stations. I think to some degree the retail stations. I think that's like where we're missing. I think we probably can get some consensus if we leave the stations off and kind of allow that to unfold a little more organically. But we can probably get more conduit, especially in long-term housing projects. So I think there's a deal to be made here, and I'm worried we're missing it if we're forcing this a little bit. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm, as I told you today, I'm good. I think we're missing an opportunity for consensus, or at least a closer piece to consensus. I think we might have an opportunity. I'd love to have all 7 council members here to kind of discuss it. And I think that would really help me with clarifying where we need to go. I'm going to listen to what my colleagues have to say and kind of defer to that, but that's where I'm at right now.
Councilmember Kozachik.
I appreciate Priscilla's input and Nikki's input as well. That's kind of where I'm at as well.
So there's a motion and a second. I'm looking towards, there seems to be some concern. So Councilmember Dahl.
I'd be willing to take out the charging stations from the retail, the 5% charging stations.
Okay, the 5%.
If that would generate enough.
I think we might need 1 or 2. So I think there's the discussion pieces. Probably you're right. Like my gut tells me you're probably right, and that's a deal we can all. But I just want that process to be in there. I haven't talked to everybody yet. So by taking out the charging stations, now I'm wrong the other way. So I don't want to be that guy. I just want when we're changing 3 things at the table on the fly, we're dropping down to 50, which we should be doing. I support that. We are tweaking the conduit piece and adding some outlets. I'm good with that. I'm kind of good with that, but now we're changing a 3rd thing with the EVs. I'm just worried we're doing too much at once at the table.
I think that just to clarify, Councilmember Dahl, your change is changing the percentage of outlets and multifamily from 5 to 10%.
Yes.
Leaving 20% conduit.
Yes.
And then bringing down instead of 100 parking spaces, bringing it down to 50 parking spaces on the retail.
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion. All righty. Is there appetite from the colleagues that feel uncomfortable with that motion to do any additional change and then continue reviewing, or reviewing 1 year as Planning and Development Services has said? Councilmember
It
Kozachik.
just feels to me that we're close enough so that if we give the stakeholders a chance to put their heads together, we've got 2 meetings in August, bring it back in the second meeting in August, and hopefully we get there and cross the finish line together instead of divided.
Councilmember Dahl.
I'm not supposed to table. I withdraw the motion. Is that the way, Mr. Attorney?
Councilmember Dahl, if that's your desire, yes, the best way would be to withdraw the motion.
Yeah.
And the second would agree
Can
with
I,
that.
can I move that we agendize this item, the second meeting in April? I mean, second meeting in August, sorry, April, sorry, August. And ask the stakeholders to meet one more time between now and then. Can we do that?
You can, so if
I'm
the
gonna
motion-
make,
if
I'll
the
make that
motion's
as a motion.
withdrawn with the consent of who made the second on the first motion.
So the motion maker withdraws the motion and the seconder agrees already. So the motion is withdrawal and the direction to staff would be to bring back the item for further discussion. The public hearing is closed, so there will be no public hearing. And agendize the item for the second meeting in August with further input from stakeholders. Is that correct? Okay,
If that's the motion, yes.
so can that be made in the form of a motion?
I think it was.
So that I didn't hear it from anyone. You make a
I
motion?
move that. I move
Already.
that we bring this back, second meeting in August, and ask staff to ensure that the stakeholders meet one more time.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 5-1. So the second piece of the conversation is the individual parking plan. That I will leave for further discussion for any of the council colleagues to open up with that piece of the item.
Yes, Your Honor. A couple things about this one. I think that there's a really good case to be made. I actually, when I sat down tonight, I thought that the remedy was actually a good thing. I was in total agreement with this IPP proposal. Bill DuPont, congratulations, you completely changed my mind. I actually think that 2 a.m, asking for parking relief when you're open 2 a.m. and you're already in a neighborhood is kind of a rough deal. And so I want to thread the needle a bit where because if a restaurant that closes at 10 is a lot different than a bar that closes at 2:30. And there are restaurants, there are restaurants where this totally makes sense. Specifically ones like I don't want to ask Weta Canelo, who's got like 27 parking spaces, to take his patio down on 22nd. That guy closes at 10 o'clock at night. I think that's an actual reasonable piece to this. But you're right about the 2:30 in the morning spot. So I'm very conflicted here because I walked in thinking that this was a good proposal, and I still think 99% of it is a good proposal. But you really brought me to this piece about this 2 a.m. part. I agree with you. At 2:30 in the morning, the bar's emptying out, and now all of a sudden we're moving the goalposts on the neighborhood for that. So I get that piece. So that's kind of where there's my jumping off point for that discussion. I'm on board, but he makes a good point. 2:30 in the morning is a lot different than everything else. So we kept pointing to that statistic. This whole discussion this month was, well, there's only been 42 instances of this. And he came up and said the magic words to me, which was, yeah, there was only 42 instances and none of those businesses were open until 2:30 in the morning. And that's a really good point. I'm gonna be honest with you.
So Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and then Councilmember Kozachik.
I think to respond to what Councilmember Cunningham just said, I think that's part of that neighborhood process where we get to take that feedback into consideration rather than using the exception to make a rule. So I support the expanding the individual parking plan to allow affordable housing projects, restaurants, and bars to build less parking and to transform underutilized parking spaces into places where people can eat, drink, and gather. And we need to take a deeper look at parking requirements because, as one of our speakers stated, in the US, we have 2 billion parking spaces for 250 million cars. That's about 8 parking spaces per every car. And to quote Donald Shoup, in the United States, the area of parking per car is larger than the area of housing per human. So we've been talking about the cost of housing, the cost of parking, and we're like living a contradiction here. We live in a country that has built car-centric cities around parking minimums, and Tucson is no exception. And this approach comes at a cost that has led to decisions that require an abundance of parking that we don't need. And for those of you who don't agree, look at how many empty parking spaces you see on your way home tonight. Too much parking contributes to sprawl, flooding, and the heat island effect, depression, and less walkable and bikeable cities. Even though parking is free at the moment that we're using it, we're paying for that when it comes to housing, groceries, concert tickets, and so much more, regardless of whether you drive or you take the bus or you walked or you bike to your destination. I think it's inefficient use of land for parking that we could be using for housing, for businesses, for community spaces, open space, parklets, green stormwater infrastructure. And rather than forcing people to jump through hoops to reduce their parking requirements, because the IPP requires cost and time, we should look at reducing or eliminating parking requirements across the board or even establishing parking maximums. I don't think that expanding the individual parking plan goes far enough, but it's a good start and has gone through a community process with unanimous support from the Planning Commission. And I do also want to mention that it's ironic that in order to discourage drinking and driving, we would encourage people who are going to drink at a bar to drive there instead of walking or using an Uber or carpooling. But our city code requires bars to have 1 parking space for every 50 square feet. That's one of the strictest parking requirements that we have. For me, with that, I want to move that we approve the amendment to the individual parking plan eligibility to allow affordable housing projects, restaurants, and bars to utilize this option to reduce parking on site when appropriate.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Lane, you did a really good job.
Councilmember Dahl and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, I'm going to support this, but I want to point out that neighborhoods need to be protected. My neighborhood, we had a business that went from being a coffee shop that when it was open until 10 o'clock, that went to 24/7. And we had tremendous problems and we had no recourse whatsoever until the business moved out. It was a horrible situation. So as this passes, my staff will be monitoring these situations in my ward, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same and the staff to do the same so that we don't create situations that are bad. I completely agree with Vice Mayor about parking places, but I also have heard the concerns of people who pay attention to this stuff in the community not wanting to cause neighborhood problems. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Councilmember Kozachik first and then Councilmember Cunningham.
First of all, I would totally support the IPP for affordable housing, but the bars and restaurants, we're not talking about parking generally. We're talking about eliminating an exclusion for standalone bars and restaurants. That's what the conversation's about. I also think we're overparked as a community, but that's not what we're talking about. So bars and restaurants were specifically excluded from IPPs several years ago when the IPP was adopted for some very specific reasons, none of which have changed. The intensity of the parking demands for those uses is vastly different than, say, a commercial use. You spend more time at a bar than you do in an Ace Hardware, for example. So the dwell time is much different for those two categories. One of the points that Corin made is that we can shut down the outdoor seating at 10 p.m., 11 p.m., whatever, that doesn't mean that you shut down the bar at 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. The state is the one who sets the standards for when they can stop serving alcohol, not the city. So we don't have control over that. One of the challenges with the IPP program right now is the city does not track multiple applicants for this who are trying to claim the same parking spaces. And so that the 5 of us could be applying for an IPP and we could all claim the same 5 parking spaces for our off-site parking. And the city doesn't have any way to track that right now. So we're lumping the problem on top of one another. Now I understand that PDSD staff hopes that we're going to resolve that when we get the new software system in place. We don't know that yet, but the reality is that right now we're double parking, we're double counting IPP applications. Finally, we do have an opportunity right now for bars and restaurants to apply for outdoor seating expansions, and that's called the TRE, a temporary revocable easement. They're using it all over the downtown area. They're using it all over 4th Avenue. The challenge that we have, though, and the difference between these two is the TRE is temporary and it's revocable. And so if we see the collateral damage that you saw with Coffee Exchange and that we're seeing with some of the 4th Avenue bars right now, we can revoke it. If we adopt this as an ordinance, then we own it. And we can't go back later on and revoke it. So I'm not going to support the motion. I think that the IPP was adopted for some very specific and good reasons, and they haven't changed. People aren't riding a bike to a bar, and that's not going to change either by adopting this IPP.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Mike, in the process for the special exception, or excuse me, not for the IPP, in the process for the IPP piece, can conditions be made with regard to the time of operating?
Councilmember Cunningham, we can't condition the time of operating for the main business, the licensed liquor sales. That's established by state law. And in fact, there's a statute right on point that says we can't limit the hours of the sales of alcohol for the areas licensed by the state. But as I think Corin had included in her presentation to you, you could condition the outdoor seating areas that might be connected with the IPP approval to a time when those areas have to close down, but we won't be able to shut down alcohol sales of the business proper, if you will.
Can we set in an established setback to neighborhoods when the IPP process comes in? In other words, if you're going into an IPP process, we're going to have a hearing and neighbors are going to get to testify at that point, correct?
The neighbors are going to have a meeting with the applicant and provide their input at that point.
But it's not a hearing. There's no hearing.
It's not a hearing, but I'll let Corin address how the condition and the neighborhood input factors into the ultimate approval.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Honorable Mayor and council members, there is not a formal public hearing, but there is a neighborhood meeting that gets documented, and that's part of the application submittal. Also, I mentioned before, there's different rules for restaurants and bars or any IPP applicant, depending on how close they are to residential uses. And that's because of the concerns that are being raised, the impact that they could have on a residential neighborhood. So any IPP that's requested within 300 feet of a residential use goes through a more robust process that includes the neighborhood meeting, also includes a public notice, and is appealable to mayor and council. So once that decision is issued, any party of record can appeal that decision, approval or denial, to mayor and council, should they wish. I also just want to mention, in response to your question about the distance from neighborhoods, there is a requirement that the outdoor seating, any proposed outdoor seating, be 100 feet or more from residentially zoned properties.
That helps me quite a bit. The other piece I wanted to mention is, as I kind of game this out, reversing, the other piece that we have here is that, let's be honest, this isn't going to happen to that many bar and restaurants. And so I'm just trying to get a feel for how many bar and restaurants are actually going to apply for this piece of the IPP And then how many are actually going to get granted? And I'm kind of thinking that if we don't leave this option in there for the restaurants, we're not helping them out either. So I'm going to go. Laney made a very persuasive argument. So I think I'm comfortable at this point.
So I just wanted to also support the motion as stated and moved by Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I think that the updated proposal now requires a neighborhood meeting for all bar and restaurant, individual parking plan applications, and more neighbors will now receive notification about these applications as well. The process allows neighbors to work with applicants to request things like limiting hours for patio sitting, for IPPs within 300 feet of a residential use. Approval can be appealed to mayor and council, which adds another layer of protection to neighbors. I think that the proposal, which has also was approved by 8-0 vote by the Planning Commission, provides adequate opportunities for neighbors to weigh in and work with the applicants. And I too believe that we must, especially for the city of Tucson, to grow in density, to see additional mixed-use development, transit-oriented developments. We must move away from requiring obscene amounts, sometimes unnecessary amounts of parking. And I agree with the sentiment stated by the vice mayor, and I support the updated IPP proposal. If there's no additional comments, then do we need to go to roll call? Okay, so I think we need. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz. Aye. Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
No.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance 11922 passes by a vote of 5-1, and this is on the item for IPP.
Thank you, Mayor. And for the purposes of a clean record, since you divided out the IPP and the EV readiness portions of the ordinance, I'm just going to walk through the portions of the ordinance that by the motion now have been adopted by the mayor and council. Those, of course, are the sections relating to the IPP. And by my count, those sections are, and these are the UDC sections, 3.3.3.A.7, 3.3.5.B, 7.4.5.8.3, 7.4.5.8.4, 7.4.5.8.6, and the portion of 11.4.13 relating to the definition of low-income housing. The balance of the sections were relating to EV. Those will be packaged in a separate ordinance to come back to the mayor and council as the prior direction.
Alrighty, thank you so much. So that clears the record. We move on to item 10.
Public hearing, bingo, Far Horizons RV Resort in Ward 2.
City Manager's Communication number 194, dated July 12th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on a request by Anna Molkolyuk Thompson for a new bingo license at Far Horizons RV Resort located at 555 North Pantano Road. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour, and speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Righty, so if not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
There's
Second.
a motion and a second. Any additional discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23490 by number and title only.
23490 relating to the city clerk approval of bingo license application for Far Horizons RV Resort.
What is the council's pleasure?
Bingo. I move for bingo. I move the item, Your Honor.
So the motion to pass and adopt resolution 23490.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek, Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
and Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23490 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11.
Zoning C921-09 OASIS-BLACKLIDGE, MH1 and MH2 to R3, City Manager's Report and Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance Number 11940.
City Manager's Communication Number 181 dated July 12th is received into and made part of the record. This is a rezoning request for property located at 4025 East Monte Vista and 4028 East Blackledge Drive from MH1 and MH2 zoning to R3 zoning. The conditionally approved development plan is for a single-family residential subdivision with 23 lots, 19 lots on the west side of the project area, and 4 lots on the east side of the area. The proposed home will have a maximum building height of 21 feet. Staff recommends approval of R3 zoning and adoption of the attached ordinance, which provides conditions for the rezoning. Is the applicant or representative present? Come up to the microphone, please. This is going to be painless. Introduce yourself.
A while since I've been here, sorry.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm sorry.
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, well, yes. Thank you, Mayor Romero. Council members, my name is Kevin Hall. I am principal with Cypress Civil Development. We are a local civil engineering firm, and I have done the plans for this project, but I'm also representative of the ownership group, which is my family. This is my grandparents' home. They settled here in the 1940s. So this is my grandparents' homestead, and they lived here for many, many years before both of them passed. My father and his 4 brothers grew up in the home and attended Tucson High, Catalina High. My father is in attendance here, as is one of his surviving brothers. And so we have proposed this project to help the neighborhood and bring a good project into the neighborhood that's in need of some good housing opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Really appreciate it. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Mayor, I am. We are.
Excellent. That's all. That's all we needed.
Thank you.
Thank you for the background. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor? I'd like to
Councilmember Dahl.
Move ordinance 11940. This rezoning happened before I entered the office, but I've met with Kevin Hall and his father, and they've described the project in detail. I think it adds to that neighborhood. In addition to the normal things, they've agreed to using cool roofs on all the houses, and they're going above and beyond the current water harvesting regulations, which is dear to my heart. The neighbors are supportive. So with that, I move ordinance 11940.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.
Zoning C921-23 H2K Planned Area Development, RX1 and RH to pad, City Manager's Report and Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance Number 11941.
City Manager's Communication Number 183 dated July 12th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone a parcel from RX1 and RH to PAD zoning. The rezoning site is located at 11,401 East Fenton Highway. The total site area to be rezoned is approximately 2,160 acres. The H2K pad proposes to follow for future development in response to prevailing market conditions and provide for the creation of an industrial campus strategically located near I-10 and the Union Pacific Railroad. Staff recommends approval of the PAD zoning and adoption of the attached ordinance, which provides conditions for the rezoning. Is the applicant or representative present?
Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing the State Land Department. I have a 45-minute presentation. I'm just kidding.
Ms. Sylvan, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We are, thank you.
What is the council's pleasure?
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's late, but I do have a couple things I have to read off here. So first, I want to thank everyone who participated in this process to get us here today. It was important to me to work with a team who is local and understands the needs of Southeast Tucson and the region. We were fortunate to work with Wesley, Karen, Rob, and Carrie, representing State Land, who are all Tucsonans. Thank you to the Reeder Ranch Neighborhood Association and the surrounding community, Chris and Carolyn with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, leadership from Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, and our amazing city staff. I fully support the planned area development in front of us today. What makes this piece of land a pivotal piece of Tucson's economic future is that it sits between Union Pacific Rail and I-10. This is the only piece of land with these assets at scale in Arizona to attract a large-scale manufacturer who holds our Tucson values, meeting the balance of high-wage employment opportunities and protecting our environment. To the credit of the Tucson Mayor and Council, we've been master planning Southeast Tucson since 2001. The pad in front of us is consistent with the surrounding area, which includes the U of A Tech Park, Target Fulfillment Center, Amazon, and the Port of Tucson. Through several community meetings and conversations, the neighborhood requested to exclude uses, including no switching yard for rail service, no cannabis cultivation, no hazardous material manufacturing, and of course, no billboards. They're also requesting 10 to 15 acres to be set aside for municipal services, specifically for public safety needs. State Land has agreed to all the requests and are currently written in the pad. Other stakeholders included Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, who have acknowledged they are comfortable with the pad as written. One of the major aspects of this pad is the commitment to restoration of the Julian Wash and the portion of Franco Wash with on-site mitigation and a unique commitment from State Land for off-site mitigation within the Agua Verde Creek corridor, which was identified and prioritized by the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. The pad also states that once the end user is identified, the secondary planning phase begins, which requires the user to adopt design guidelines that address low-impact development and green infrastructure practices and strategies that include, but not limited to, gray water, stormwater collection, building standards, energy use consumption, rainwater harvesting, and commitment to use of drought-tolerant and heat-resistant plant pallets. The end user will also be required to include all future updates to the plan and existing city codes and ordinances at the time of development, which is important because our climate mayor and the city council's leadership and the city has prioritized and invested in creating Tucson's climate action plan. Thank you to the State Land team who met with J.J. Lamb with Vail Preservation Society last month and agreed to include the society in all future land planning efforts. As stated earlier, those conversations will be had during the future master planning stage as required in the pad. The Arizona State Land Department has already commissioned the required archaeological survey, and the survey found no significant cultural resources within the boundary of this pad. I feel like you, Suzanne. Once again, I want to thank everyone's hard work and time participating in this process and their commitment to continue participating in the future master planning process. And with all of that, I move that we adopt Ordinance C9-2123 H2K Planned Area Development RX1 and RH to PAD, which provides conditions for the rezoning.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. I just want to make sure that a part of the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection in the presentation by Carolyn Campbell, she's asking to include specific language in the PAD for future master plans. And can you talk about that, Carrie, and how those conditions will be added in the future master plans?
Mayor, members of the council, Carolyn and I spoke a lot over the weekend, and actually the language is already in there. So page 73 of the PAD has the master planning, and it already alludes to, as Councilmember Lee indicated, the Tucson Low Impact Development and Green Infrastructure Guidance Manual, both the current one, anything adopted in the future, as well as there's nothing in the PAD that, let me put this in the positive, that everything in this PAD, I'm trying to get the negative out of it. There's not, there, I'm not gonna be able to do it.
10:15, you can be negative.
There's nothing in the PAD that says that we are exempt from future ordinances. So Councilmember Lee's statement that there may be ordinances adopted in the future, anything that at the time of development, we will have to comply with those ordinances in the future, which is again that on that page 73 of the PAD. So there was no language change required, and I confirmed that.
Can you talk about on-site mitigation of important environmental conditions on the site and then off-site preservation as well?
Absolutely. Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to give you the answer, and then if I mess it up, Rob will come up here and fix it for me. It is like an hour and a half past my bedtime, which is pathetic, but that's it. There was an enormous commitment in this PAD to on-site mitigation, and I think it was actually alluded by somebody, it may have been Carolyn Campbell, as it's on-site restoration. It's not just mitigation. So we've got the rainwater, we have all the water headed towards the small portion of the Franco Wash, as well as the Julian Wash. The idea is to really restore that area and bring it back. It's in a very much a drought condition at the moment. So the on-site, and we have a lot of regulatory language in the PAD as to how that mitigation would occur. And we did work really closely with both coalition and city staff in making sure that we were doing more than just the regular mitigation. It really is enhancement. In addition, this piece of property has some conservation land system mapping on it. And so we worked with the coalition on mitigation offsite in the, and I won't get this right, but it's the Agua Verde Creek something. And that is a defined area, and state land is in a very unique position in that it has a lot of that area, and again, worked really closely on that mitigation. That is also in the PAD.
Yeah, and also the work with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection really help to keep some open space parcels owned by the state in protection in perpetuity. So that is really exciting to hear all of the forward thinking as you put together the PAD. I too want to appreciate all of the work that was done by Councilmember Lee and her staff in putting this together. The work with the Sonoran Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection is very, very important. And of course, you know, Carrie and the state land department that worked really hard to get this particular PAD to the place where we all feel comfortable moving forward. It's 2,000 acres, and that is huge. And so I don't think we have seen this type of PAD. I don't know if ever since I've been here. I don't know, Mike Rankin, you've been here for a longer time, but it is a huge project, and I think that as we move forward, we really have to make sure that it is a project as we learn, you know, as we prepare the land for a possible project, that it is a project that will, one, be sensitive to the area and follow all of these sustainability measures, and two, that could possibly bring, and we don't know, I'm speculating, right, as we prepare a parcel as big as this for possible future development, that could be a development that will complement the vision of who we want to become as a city, who we are, and acknowledges who we are, and the area being such a pristine area that we've had in that area. And so I'll be supporting this PAD. I have said, and I keep my word when I make a commitment and believe in something. And so I'm very happy to support something. It seems as though you've thought of everything and you've worked really well with the stakeholders. So with that, any other comments? Councilmember Dahl.
There's a lot to praise about this project, especially the work of Council Member Nikki Lee, the coalition, the staff that worked with the State Land Department from the very beginning envisioning this. I'm not going to support it for two reasons. And it's hard for me because it's the first time State Land has done anything conservation and creative ever that I know of. And we are breaking new ground here. But water is the big issue for me. And it will be great if we have some water conservation measures in place before the development actually happens there. But we have no idea how much water the demand will be. That's the second part of my concern is we don't know who it will be. We're the deciders, and we don't have the information of who's been negotiated with on this particular project. There are people in the city who do, who signed non-disclosure to have that information, which they needed. I believe we need that information. And so I can't support giving entitlements to the future industry that we don't know who it is. Let me close by again saying great work working with the coalition. It's an amazing that so much good has gone into this project, and it's the water. And you know, I was willing to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and I told people that. No one came to me and said, "Okay, sign it, and we'll give you the information you need." I don't have the information I need to support. So thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Alrighty. With that, do we need a roll call vote? Just voice. Roll call?
And I need to read the title of the ordinance.
Okay.
Number 11941 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 11,401 East Benson Highway on the north side of Interstate 10 between Houghton Road and Colossal Cave Road in case C921-23 H2K planned area development RX1 and RH to pad 45 and setting an effective date. Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
No.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes 5-1. Item 13.
Adjournment.
Or thank you so much for all of your work tonight. Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, August 9th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Thanks to the staff.